All right, chat, we're back. Of course, we had to watch the opening cinematic again. How could we miss it? So hello, hi Tricky Burrito, hi Octool, hey that one chick, Missing C fan, Pooch Hubert, yeah, absolutely zero enemy movement RNG. God, I hope so. Ariane, you said this is your favorite game. This was my favorite game in the whole world for like 4 years straight. I think it's been overtaken, but there's a lot to really like about the challenges that Lunatic Plus offers that other modes and other Fire Emblem games don't have. That one chick, you tried beating this map on Lunatic Plus to see if you could give me any pointers and found an easy way to play on your moves. One, give up and escape with your sanity while you can, that's it. I lost my sanity a long time ago. Chachi McSwack, what a name. I'm in the midst of my first ever Awakening Lunatic no grinding run, figuring out my strat for Chapter 16, all 3 reinforcements of my flyer already to team up. That sounds rough. Yeah, all flyers at the military is spooky. All those warriors and then the flying reinforcements and everything. Hey Galaxy Studios. Hey Salman. Hey Aid. Hi Chris. Hey Ellery. Listia, thank you for the good luck. One of my top 5 games right now. Well, among Fire Emblems, I think Fates is the most fun to play. Because I just love almost all of its systems, and I love the ways it refined what was implemented in this game. Beyond that is I'm not even sure. Like, Fates is my favorite game to play right now. There's lots of great stuff. I got on a Borderlands 2 kick several months ago. I was reminded just how awesome that game truly is. Genuine classic. I've put a lot of time into Elden Ring. I've been really impressed with that. Several older games that are near and dear to my heart. Like Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 Rogue Leader, and Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast, and Jedi Academy, the sequel. I don't know, a bunch of stuff. Who's your main in Borderlands 2? Maya. Which, yeah, made Borderlands 3 more painful. Love Maya. I had in fact not ever beaten the game with, so I actually played Axton first, I think, in my very, very first run. And he's pretty okay, although I didn't really understand what makes him tick as a build, or as like a character build. Back then, of course, as a first run. Zero is really interesting, but a bit too much of a glass cannon for my taste in like a casual setting. But I was going to say, I'd never once beaten the game with Salvador until just a few months ago. I finally knuckled down and did it in like 6 hours. And it was actually genuinely pretty fun. I think the thing with Sal is he's incredibly broken at higher levels when you get all the skill synergies online, but in early levels, it's really, really frustrating because you use your action skill and then you get killed and you lose your action skill, and it's just not a good time. Jonathan, I agree. It is crazy that they've never returned to Rogue Squadron. It's a shame that Factor 5 went under when they did, what was it called? Like Lair, like the dragon like combat simulator they did for PS3 in like 2007. And it was a total flop. But yeah, it's ridiculous. They've never gone back to like I guess they did Star Wars Squadrons. But I played that, and it doesn't control the same, and I really miss the Rogue Squadron 2 and Rogue Leader control systems because I just think they were great. Would you say your backlog fills up more with games you want to replay more than games you haven't gotten to? Yeah, I'm right there with you, Albie. I feel like it takes more now to get me into new games, not because there aren't really great new ones, but because my way of enjoying a game generally is to like play it for a while and try to really understand it and like figure out how I can play well, or how the game is how the game's systems work and how I can exploit those and stuff. And then replay with that knowledge and feel like, oh, I got the satisfaction. Like, I got this insight that I didn't have before. So that means it takes a long time for me to finish a game, and it's like a high activation energy, because I'm like, I don't want to invest in something and just go through once to experience it. If I just want to see the story or something, I can just like read the spoilers or watch the cutscenes or some online or something. King of Mongrel says Krieg is similar to South. Yeah, that's true. Krieg is also tough in the early levels. Anyway, I've been chatting for just a little bit. Welcome to everyone who's filtered in. I've shouted out a few of you just by responding to your comments, but for everyone else I haven't said anything to, hello. Ellery, good to see you in here. Am I thinking of playing FFT? Probably not. I'm sure it's great. I just don't want to devote the time to it. Oh, I guess one other game that was huge for me for a long time was XCOM Enemy Unknown, and then XCOM 2. I've put probably 3,500 hours in those two games combined. All right, so I want to give you guys some updates on where things stand since my last stream about Awakening, which was a couple weeks ago. I showed off some strategies that I've been working on for Prologue and Chapter 1. And I've gone back to those in the meantime and tried to optimize them a little bit more. In Chapter 1 especially, we found a few different issues where there were some enemy movements that I hadn't accounted for before, and I wanted to figure out when I address those. So I'm pleased to report that, yes, I have essentially nailed down everything in those two maps within an acceptable tolerance for my taste. So I talked about it in those streams, but I haven't worked out a universal turn-by-turn strategy that works no matter what the enemy skills are. I'm a little bit skeptical that there ever will be such a thing, even for the Prologue and Awakening Lunatic Plus. Maybe. It says 3,500. Yeah, I wasted a lot of time in grad school. Hey, Kirby Master. So I feel very good about what I've worked on and how I've optimized those. And one of the things I focused on when I was going back and revisiting them and trying to really work out the finer details was not only, okay, can I beat these maps in a systematic way and I get like good training done, but can I also pay attention to the support ranks and improve those a little bit? And I'm pleased to tell you that I have improved that situation a bit. So now Prom is still getting a C support with Robin and a C support with Frederick. But also, Robin's getting the C support with Lissa, which if you're male Robin takes 4 support points across the 2 maps. If you're female, it takes 3. And the way I'm doing it has Robin get 3 points in Prologue. So if you're playing female Robin, you don't need to get any points with Lissa in Chapter 1, and I've accounted for that too. So for female Robin, you switch a pair partner at one point, and instead of getting a support point with Lissa to get to 4 and unlock the C support with Lissa, you get an extra support point with Virion, so that you're 1 out of 4 with Virion, whereas male Robin is 0 out of 3. So you need 3 points between Robin and Virion to get their next C support as well. And Robin gets 2 support points with Sully, not 3. It seemed like pulling that off would take a little bit too much in terms of resources, but I can get 2, and that means that I can for sure unlock the Robin Sully C support in Chapter 2 with only 2 support points, which with male Robin might also open up the opportunity to get the C supports with Sully and Stall simultaneously, because male Robin only needs 3 points with Stall, so that you can have your pick of which Cavalier you want to bring to the future. And it is technically, it is better in general to be working with the same gender Cavalier, unless you're planning to marry one, because the support point growths for C, B, and A rank are slightly faster for same gender supports for Robin than for opposite gender supports. A couple other random things, like I think Fred gets 2 support points with Lissa, but that doesn't really matter for much. Crom gets 1 with Lissa, pretty sure. But the nice thing about getting C between Lissa and Robin is not really that we'll use the pair-up bonuses, although maybe +3 magic on Robin with Lissa's pair-up might be useful, or Robin raising Lissa's magic by 2 and therefore increasing her healing power by 1 guaranteed might also be helpful. But what's extra nice about that is there's some stuff you might want to do later in Chapter 2 where Robin can have 1 person paired up with him and then 1 person adjacent. But you might be fighting a boss that has Gamble, so they have a pretty substantial crit rate. And with Lissa's C support, you can have Lissa standing next to Robin and someone else paired with Robin and get 3 total support ranks. So similar to what you do in Prologue to negate that boss's crit rate, you can negate enemy crit with Robin and C support. Robin paired up with someone and Lissa C support adjacent, because that's 3 support ranks as well. So that can prove useful. Elavane says, it's interesting that I had to nerf Gross for your fixed Gross patch. Well, the point of that is to try to make this stuff as reproducible as possible. Oh, I guess one other important thing to mention is before I was getting Crom to level 3 early in Chapter 1, I actually worked out some different moves in the first part of the prologue that can help me feed multiple kills to Crom that were going to Frederick. So now Crom is 1 level higher, and that means he's more likely to hit some critical benchmarks. In particular, Crom reaches 9 speed fairly reliably. Right, he starts at 8, so you want to gain 1 point of speed in 3 levels. And his speed grows like 60% or something. So fairly reliably gets 1 more point of speed and 1 more point of defense to get to 8. And those are very helpful, especially the speed for this chapter, because that means he's not doubled by the mercenaries who have 13 speed in Chapter 1 or Chapter 2. And back in Chapter 2, if he gets to 8 defense at level 4, then we can do stuff with him fighting in the woods that we can't reliably do if he's at less than 8 defense. So we're getting him to level 4 at the beginning of Chapter 1, or close to the beginning of Chapter 1, makes it so that he's much more likely to hit that threshold as well. And then he does really well for what we need him to in Chapter 1. So Crom's hitting 9 speed and 8 defense, and then Robin still getting to level 5. This is, again, our plus luck minus defense Robin. And for him, it's really important that he has at least 8 speed, so that with a Cavalier pair up, he gets to 9, so he also doesn't get doubled by the mercenaries in the next chapter. And with at least 6 defense, he can get pair up partners that make him at least as bulky as Stahl, which also matters. We'll talk about that in a second. Pochivert says also he gets HP. Yes, that's true. He's very likely to get 2 points of HP in those 3 levels. Plus luck minus defense Robin is wild. Yes, it's not optimal. But part of the point here is to try to use a Robin that isn't optimized for Lunatic Plus, because you want to also do other stuff besides the Lunatic Plus main story with him. So I strongly recommend plus speed and like minus skill, because in fact a plus speed Robin will already have 8 speed and 6 defense, as long as you don't take minus def and you don't take minus HP, which will also mess you up. So basically plus speed minus skill or luck Robin hits the important thresholds for these early things absolutely free, whereas other Robins that don't have a speed boon have to get 2 speed growths in 4 levels, which is doable, but not guaranteed, of course. Well, I should say, have to get 2 speed growths in 5 levels for reasons I will show you shortly. I'm going to load a state, which is actually from the beginning of this next chapter, so we can take a look around. having never played Awakening, why is minus skill good? It's not really that you desire losing out on the skill, but that a lot of other Bane choices are worse. Minus HP is really horrible in Lunatic Plus because when enemies have Luna Plus, you are relying so much on your raw hit points to be able to tank hits. Minus Strength and minus Mag are, especially minus Mag, are really obnoxious because they make you miss out on some key kills early on where you just need a bit of extra damage and don't have a lot of ways to get it. Minus Speed is really terrible because, well, then you're flirting with possibly getting doubled by a lot more enemies, like the 11-speed soldiers and 13-speed mercenaries. And it's going to take way longer to get to the thresholds where you're doubling the enemies, which is a real shame. And then minus res is okay. Like minus def is workable. Minus res is probably better. Minus luck is probably better than that. And then minus skill is probably the best choice overall, just in terms of what are you giving up or beating Lunatic Plus. And yeah, minus skill is only one less hit because of the way the hit formulas work compared to minus luck. And the luck does matter for a bunch of enemies that have crit chances. All right, so let's talk about what's on this map. The scary part of Chapter 1 is usually the first wave, which unfortunately is all 9 of these enemies starting out. Everything from these 2 guards on the bridge southward will just charge straight at you from the get-go. And the enemies are a lot more powerful on this map than they were in the previous maps because they all have steel weapons. So there were cases where, say in the prologue with Fred's parrot bonus, just now C support, so even better, but with Fred's parrot bonus, Crom could realistically fight 2 different enemies at once, and one of them might have Luna Plus, and he would still survive. That is not a thing in Chapter 2.
As one.
For example, if Crom goes and fights one of the mercenaries here unpaired, he does 15 damage. And that's without Luna Plus. Crom has 8 defense, Luna Plus will add 4, so he does 19 with Luna Plus. It's terrifying. It is very, very hard for any unit other than Frederick to fight more than one enemy on enemy phase on this map, because they just have probably 3 to 4 to 5 more points of attack power than they did on the previous maps, with the upgrades to the weapons and their slightly higher stats. And your stats have not grown nearly enough to compensate for that. So the enemies hit harder and they swarm you, and importantly, there aren't a lot of defensive tools available to you. Like because the enemies charge straight at you, you can't just get to these forts. You'll get surrounded and destroyed really quickly. There's no fighting your way through immediately unless you get really lucky with Fred and their enemies don't have a lot of Luna Plus against you. So the only notable feature that you can use to your advantage is this mountain over here in the southwest, which the barbarian here is standing on. It costs most infantry types 4 movement to go onto mountain tiles. Unpromoted cavalry can't move on them at all, and promoted cavalry pays 6 movement to go onto mountains. So Fred can go on there, but only if he's immediately adjacent or there's one space between him and the mountain. Now I said most infantry because there are some infantry types that pay less to go over mountain tiles, and annoyingly, 2 of those are the enemy types on this map. Barbarians only pay 3, and soldiers also only pay 3 move to go across mountains. But still, being able to restrict their movement and use these choke points between the mountain and the woods here, or between the mountain and the side of the map here, or between the mountain and the woods here. Like the one resource you have to control how many enemies are coming at you and being able to isolate and pick them off. Electric VGC says step 1, don't get hit, and step 2, hit the other guy. That is great advice. I wish that was something I could guarantee. That would be really nice. So, it is possible to more or less Fred solo this map. If you've trained him a little bit, maybe you got him to level 2 in some of the earlier chapters, there's a chance that he gains speed. And if he gets 11 speed and a C-Sport with Crom, he'll have 15. 15 is enough for him to double the Barbarians, which is really nice. And then, like, hypothetically, if you trained him a lot, you gave him most of the kills in the earlier chapters and a C-Sport with Crom, he could actually hit 16 and also be able to double the soldiers. So that's the recipe for if you just really want to use Fred to barge through everything. But the problem with that approach for what I'm doing is even Fred can struggle to fight more than 2 enemies at a time, sometimes even just 2. Because with no parrot bonus, or say with Crom's parrot bonus, which also doesn't give any defensive benefits, if Fred's using his Silver Lance, he takes 13 damage from the Barbarians, and he has 28 HP. If he fights a Barbarian and gets Luna Plus, that's another +7 damage. So a single Barbarian could do 20 damage to him, and then he dies to any soldier, for example. Soldiers have 22 attack, Fred has 14 defense, that's 8 damage. So if Fred fights, say, a Barbarian and a soldier, and one of them has Luna Plus, and he's using a lance, he dies in 2 hits. So many times you can brute force this map by just getting the right enemy skill combinations or making them dodge if you trained up Frederick a bit more. But there's no consistent way to make that work. So what I'm trying to work out is, can I find something that's a lot more resilient to what skills the enemies are bringing? And that's why I haven't poured a bunch of experience into Fred. I've given him some, certainly he's picked up a few kills, but I haven't gone out of my way to get him to level 2 or even level 3, because we spent more time training up Robin and Crom to make them competent so that they can sustain themselves without relying on Fred all the time. And that gives us way more options for how to approach this map and how to engage the different enemies. We do get some new units to play with on this map. One is Vake, who is kind of sort of an exception to the rule where our unpromoted characters can't fight 2 enemies at once. He still gets destroyed by the mercenaries generally because they have 13 speed and he has 6, so they double him. And he can't take more than 1 hit from a barbarian with their 26 attack. He doesn't have very good defenses. But what he does have is a lot of HP, thanks to HP +5. And at least starting after turn 2 when he gets his axe from Muriel, if he fights the soldiers, he'll have weapon triangle advantage, so that will make them lose 2 of their attack points from their weapon ranks. They will only have their base 11 strength and the 9 might of the steel lance, which is 20 attack. Against Vake's 5 defense, that's 15 damage, which is still a little bit too much. But if Vake is on any defensive terrain, they deal 14, and then he can fight 2 of them at once. Or the problem is if they have Luna Plus, that doesn't work. But in fact, if Vake gets Fred's parrot bonus for a +4 defense and is on a mountain or a fort tile for the 2 defensive bonus from those terrains, then he's guaranteed to be able to fight 2 soldiers. Let's see, he would have what, 9 defense, so they would do 11. Flaw, if they have Luna Plus, he'd be knocked back down to 5, so 15. Yeah, with Fred pair up on any defensive terrain, he can fight the soldiers even if they both have Luna Plus. And yes, he does need speed, so Fred gives it to him, but otherwise he needs Crom or Robin or Stall or Stolly pair to at least give him 1. So that's the kind of nice thing about Vake as a unit. He has a rare ability to face tank more than one enemy at a time, potentially in the right circumstances. However, that will be fair. Doing that trick more than once is very healing intensive. We don't have a lot of heal staves to spare. We want to conserve them as much as possible, so I don't think we really have great opportunities to specifically train and feed kills to Vake, especially because it's hard to give him kills except on enemy phase. Like, it's hard for him to pick off enemies and not take counterattacks because he only fights at melee range. Every enemy on this map is a 1-range unit other than the boss, who has 1 to 2 range. And they could all potentially have Vantage Plus. So you might find opportunities against non-Vantage enemies for him to go steal kills. But in general, beating kills to Vake requires you healing him up first, and that's very resource intensive. So, I want to talk about some ideas. I actually mentioned in the last stream that people have worked out really good strategies for Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, so I wasn't as worried about them. But it turns out that the ones that are written down that I know about at least require a better Robin than, or expect to have a better Robin than what I'm bringing. I will show you a version of ATT's defensive strategy that's sort of adapted for this situation where our Robin is not incredibly strong and our Prom is not incredibly strong. I'll show you what happens with that, but I'll discuss. We'll discuss where to go from there once we've. So with that set up,
let's do it.
Just for consistency, I'm going to unequip my pair-up unit's weapon so they don't dual strike.
Let me at him.
Robin runs all the way. Robin joins Stall, and Stall goes all the way over here with the idea of drawing this barbarian.
Here goes.
Lissa pairs up with Crom. Oh, I screwed it up already. Sorry, Crom pairs up with Lissa.
Let's go. Let me at him.
Lissa runs into the woods and switches, and then Crom drops her to the left. So Crom is also in range of this Axe Barbarian, but Crom has equal defenses and better speed compared to Stall. And Crom is in the woods, Stall is not, so the Barbarian will go for Stall. Red ends up with Sully. She rides over by this soldier and then switches, and Fred just waits here, so he's going to fight this guy and this guy.
Ready to shine.
Jake pairs up into Crom, so Crom is even bulkier. And Virion moves down into these woods to try to distract the enemies, make them go south instead of west. This soldier happens to have pass, so he's able to fight on the mountain, but that's not a huge problem, just slightly annoying. So Muriel shows up. She finds Vake's axe. And now we have to dispose of this barbarian. The expectation in KTT strategy, which is one that involves using the water trick in Chapter 1 to get a really high level Robin, or in Prologue to get a really high level Robin, is that Robin should be able to just one-round this barbarian. Of course, ours is not nearly powerful enough to do that. So the idea with that is we just come over here, we have Prom transfer and take Robin, and then Robin's just supposed to be able to kill. We can't do that, but we can at least attack with Robin and look for alternatives.
Divide and conquer.
One of those being Virion over here, transfer Muriel to Lissa. Now Vake can come down, trade with Muriel to get the Iron Axe. Transfer Stall over for Crom. And then Vake does 13 damage, which is not enough. Prom does 14, which is also not enough. So ideally, we'd be just taking this kill here. Of course, this Barbarian also has Vantage Plus, so we'd be taking a hit, which is annoying. We got a crit, which bailed us out. But if we didn't do that, we would have to then have probably Muriel come over here and take the kill with fire or something like that. There's some adjustments you can make. It's actually not that hard to make it work out so that you can give this kill to Robin. But something along these lines is what you have to do. And then Fred can retreat back here. And if you use your actions maybe a little bit more efficiently, you can conceivably have Lissa heal up Fred here. And in our case, we're able to do that anyway. So we don't need to use the elixir or the vulnerary on Fred. We can just have him park here with Lissa behind healing. So in this way, we've dealt with that Barbarian on player phase, and then Fred's going to kill 2 enemies on enemy phase, which is good progress. But the trouble is, there are still 5 enemies or 6 enemies alive, and it's quite random where they end up. So it's hard to work out, oh, okay, how do I handle all these different situations? Like, I've seen versions of this where this Barbarian and this Soldier both go way far to the south, and then it's... Right, and this Soldier does too, and then it's just... No, this Soldier goes up here. Although I have had one where the Soldier comes down this way. So it's possible for all the enemies to be down on this end, in which case it's a little bit easier to figure out what to do next, as you just have like Frederick stand on a mountain and fight a few of them and then retreat and pick them off and just kite the enemies around. But what do you do now? You've got 3 enemies coming from the east, 3 enemies that are a bit farther north. Now it's really hard to work out, how do I solve this consistently? How do I respond to this? You probably can. You can work out a solution for that from here, I'm fairly certain. But it's just scary. It might start with something like Fred goes here and attacks this soldier, and then we kill that guy, and then we have Lissa heal Fred from below where she's safe because none of the enemies can go through Fred to get to her. And we back off with everyone else, and then we're able to pick off these 2 guys on the following turn, and everyone else is chasing us, and then we kite from there. So that can work, but it's just not consistent, and I don't think there is a way, given how we're moving everyone, to make it even close to consistent. So that's the problem with these setups. And then there's an older strategy, courtesy of, I think, Interceptor, that really relies on Robin being able to one-round this Barbarian,
On my mark.
by hook or by crook, like potentially by doubling and then getting a Crom dual strike, which isn't like horrible odds. You can reset for it on turn 1, but we're nowhere near getting that. Like, we need a Robin crit and a Crom crit or something to make this work. So that the way that normally starts is something like Virian pairs up with Robin. Robin comes here, switch. Virian attacks this guy, and then Crom, or rather Stall, attacks this guy on the mountain. Crom comes here. Check that. Crom comes here, I think. And then you go for the kill somehow, and you basically need a crit to make this happen. Almost. And then Fred can come up and kill this mercenary for you. But we just don't have the stats for that. So this seems pretty tough. But I do think I have an opening that seems very robust, that can do perhaps even better than KTT's strat, in terms of setting up a defensible position and getting rid of some of the enemies early. So let's check that out now. Where are you? Notes. Okay. C with Fred and Fred leveling speed hits 15 speed to double barbarians. That's correct. However, it is a 50% speed growth, so that's not... You can't count on hitting that even if you do train Fred, which is kind of annoying. Okay, so what's my initial plan? For this, we're going to be leaning more on our support ranks here. I can have Virion join up with Fred, and then because they're at C support, Virion gives 3 strength, 3 skill, and 3 defense, which is very nice. Unfortunately, that still isn't enough to make Fred as tanky as we would like him to be. Fred takes now 10 from the barbarians, 2 from the mercenaries because they lose their weapon ranks, which is 12 plus 8, and 5 damage from the soldiers. So unfortunately, if Fred were to fight, for example, a mercenary and 2 soldiers at the same time, that's 2 plus 5 plus 5, which sounds great. But then Luna Plus with 17 defense adds 8 damage, so 2 plus 5 plus 5 is 12. If they have 2 Luna Pluses, that's 16 more damage, and Fred dies exactly. Kind of disappointing. We wish he'd had 1 more HP, which he would get if he were level 2. That at least is guaranteed. But we can mitigate that risk to a very large degree. Again, it's only a problem if 2 of the enemies have Luna Plus and Fred has to take hits from 3, but having the extra strength and the extra hit rate from the skill bonus and the extra defense is valuable. So that leaves the mercenary very damaged. Now we want to finish him off. Scary thing is we have this this soldier in here, and we can't afford, as we discussed previously, we can't afford to have any of our scrub units who aren't Frederick be in range of 2 enemies at the same time. So I can't kill this guy at melee range, because I'll be in range of both a soldier and a barbarian, and the AI knows that it can gang up on people to kill them. So our only real option to kill him from out of enemy range is with Robin. Now you don't love these hit rates, but we're going to have to hit a thunder hit, which will end up being 72 because we will give him a para partner. So then the question is, what para partner do we give Robin? Because we want to use the same tactic we saw in the defensive strategy where Stall draws the barbarian. And I should mention, I don't think I discussed this yet, Stall has exactly the right stats to be able to fight 1 barbarian who may have Luna Plus and not die. He takes 17. If the barbarian has Luna Plus, he does 4 more damage, so that's 21, but Stall has 22 HP. Meanwhile, Sully has something similar going on against the other 2 enemy types. Against the mercenaries, she does get doubled, but if she gets any speed bonus, she will not get doubled anymore. The mercenaries hit for 13, and then with Luna Plus, that's plus, her defense gets cut to 4, so we'll take 16 from them, which is fine. For the soldiers, she does not get doubled by them at base. They deal 15 damage. Again, Luna Plus will add 3, so 18. So Sully survives with 2 HP, at least 2 HP against either of these enemy types, whether they have Luna Plus or not. That's useful. Again, can't fight more than one enemy at a time, but she can fight at least 1 if we give her the right matchup. So we'll want to use those features. The trick is going to be getting Robin into this position to be able to shoot this mercenary and making sure that he's not a more attractive target for this barbarian than Stall is. We want to pull this barbarian down in this corner here where we can finish him off without being in the middle of the map. So what we're going to do is have Vake pair up with Robin, which gives +2 defense. Then Robin can shoot the mercenary. And he levels up. We don't get much on this level, sadly, but because we have enough XP coming into this map, we get this extra level right now, which means that even if we were short of the benchmarks, like we didn't have enough speed coming in or we didn't have enough defense coming in, we get this extra chance to hit those on the first turn, which we can reset for if we have to. Wouldn't Stahl also survive the Merc then? He would, but he needs specifically Crom's parrot bonus for that because he needs 3 speed. And yeah, a soldier with a lance, Stahl could also survive if he gets any speed bonus. Sully can survive the barbarians, but only with Fred's parrot and a sword equipped. All right, so I mentioned earlier that it's important for Robin to have at least 6 defense, which was free for most Boon and Bane combinations, but it's not free if you take minus defense specifically. Because with Vig's para, Robin hits 8, which is the same as Stahl's. And if you do some trade strats, make him equip the bronze sword instead of thunder, then Robin also negates the enemy's weapon rank bonus from A axes, so he only has 25 attack, in the same way that Stahl does. So the barbarian will read at least as much damage on Stahl, and Robin has like more HP or more speed or whatever. He's a less attractive target. Okay, so there's a trick there to make it so that the barbarian prefers Stahl. But what do we do with that? Well, we also want to make it so that Fred doesn't necessarily have to fight both of these soldiers on enemy phase. And the way we're going to accomplish that is by having Sully come over here, unequipped for Bronze Lance, and then drop Crom onto the mountain here. We can also drop Crom onto this space. But the problem there is that, like, that would be fine. It is in range of the barbarian because he can cross the mountains with only 3 movement. But there's only 1 facing if we drop Crom here. If we came all the way around and dropped Crom on this spot, that would be a real problem because he'd be in range of both of these enemies and they could both attack him. But we could drop Crom here. Only problem with that is it doesn't really gain us that much. There are some setups where it might matter because if we put Sully here and drop Crom, then we have to block the space to her right. Otherwise, a barbarian with pass could attack her and kill her. But if we drop Crom here, then Crom's going to take more damage because he's not on a mountain, and he's going to be farther from what we want to do elsewhere in this southwest corner. And it will mean that Fred might not be in as good a position, although that might... Yeah, that's probably not a huge problem. But from what I've seen, this works better. So putting Crom on the mountain, because he has the mountain bonus, he's as attractive as a target than Stahl. And finally, since we do have to guard Sully's right flank, you put Stahl there and then drop Lissa south of him. Stahl's guaranteed to live no matter what stats, no matter what the barbarian has, unless he has Gamble, in which case he does have a great chance. Which is unfortunate, but we can't account for everything. Okay, so now we've got a mercenary dead. We've got 2 wounded soldiers, one badly wounded by Fred and another one hit by Crom.
Stay focused.
And honestly, I should probably be using the rapier for this fight, not the falchion. And a barbarian wounded by Stahl. Both of these are in this southwest corner where we could feasibly attack them without getting attacked ourselves.
Careful now.
So what do we do from here? We start by having Muriel just run in onto this tile and attack the barbarian. And then what I've worked out so far is a strategy that goes like this. First off, let's see, Robin's hit rates with Thunder are not perfect. So, at least for the moment, I'm going to swap tomes with Muriel. And then transfer Vake to Muriel while Robin pairs up with Alyssa. Ron comes into these woods, unequips, takes Vake, and switches. Vake trades with Muriel now to get the Iron Axe, and then he attacks the Barbarian.
What?
I can get away with having Alyssa go and heal Vake right now. Stahl comes southwest, so he's not in range of this soldier anymore. Takes Robin and waits there. Sully takes Robin now. And Robin kills the Barbarian.
Don't get careless.
And now Fred comes around and he'll kill off this soldier with his Silver Lance. So this works out fine. Fred did fight a mercenary and a soldier on the previous turn, so if both of them had Luna Plus, and he's down to 5 HP now, this would be a problem because the soldier would see a kill on him. As long as they don't have Luna Plus, this is okay, unless this soldier has both Vantage and Luna Plus, which he doesn't. But if one of them had Luna Plus and Fred were now on 13 HP like he is, and this guy had Vantage and Luna Plus, then Fred would die to this guy on the counterattack, which would also be scary. But barring those, we can just have Fred ride around and kill this guy from the north. And the other soldier in red still doesn't see lethal damage on him, so he'll always attack Vake and die to Vake. Okay. So this is the sort of typical outcome. I have seen some variation on this, but basically always the two soldiers here run towards Fred in some configuration. This Barbarian can be over here, or he can be a little bit farther southeast, like down this way, or this, even this way. The Mercenary runs at Vake, but can't quite reach, and this Barbarian also runs towards Vake, but he could be either here or here. So this looks scary, again, because it's similar to the situation from the first strategy I showed, which was KTT's defensive strategy, where we've got a group of enemies down here and a group of enemies down here that we have to deal with all at once. But we've only got 5 enemies alive, not 6. And we have some nice defensive resources to play with. Because, for example, we can move Fred onto this mountain and use the elixir. And he is unlikely to die to all 3 die when fighting all 3 of these enemies at once. On the mountain, he takes 8 from the barbarians and 3 from the soldiers. So if they all hit him, that's 14, and then if they have more than 1 Luna Plus between them, he'll still get killed. That'll be plus 16, so 30 damage. But if there's only 1 Luna Plus, or if any of them miss, yes. If any of the enemies miss, then even if 2 Luna Pluses do hit him, that's 27 damage. He's fine. So he's on a mountain with 20 avoid. He's got his own 18 avoid. So between his avoid rate and like just eating everything, if there's not multiple copies of Luna Plus, Fred's pretty solid here. That means we have a good handle on these 3 enemies in most situations. Then we just have to worry about how do we fight these 2. And this is the part that's giving me the most trouble at this point. Not because this particular configuration is bad, or the exact enemies I'm facing on this seed, But if this barbarian has pass, suddenly it becomes a lot harder to lock him out and make him only fight specific characters. Because I have to arrange my troops in very specific structures to make it so that pass enemies can't double team me. And remember, any character, anyone in this group who's exposed to 2 enemies at once will die. They will see that they can both attack the same person, and they will arrange them. The enemies will arrange themselves to do that. So if, for example, I had Robin just stay right here, and this barbarian had pass, or in fact this mercenary has pass, disregarding everything else, they will see, oh, the mercenary can attack from the left, and the barbarian can attack from the right, so they can gang up on Robin and kill him. And even if they don't have pass, if I did something like, let's say a formation where we had Robin here, and Crom down here, and Lissa and Sully, or Lissa and Stahl and Muriel kind of retreated back this way somehow, Crom might only be exposed on one side because they can't get to this back corner. But Robin again is exposed on the right and on the south side, so we'll just die. So this is like the first time in Lunatic Plus where pass is the most problematic skill. I actually don't care if these guys have Vantage or Luna Plus or Hawkeye or anything. Pass is the problem. And it's actually a problem for both of these enemies, although it's definitely more of an issue for the Barbarian. If the Mercenary has pass, that's not really anything to worry about on this turn because it's easier to backfill the spots that he could run to. Like I can keep Robin here and just make sure I fill this spot to the left and then he's fine. But if the Barbarian has pass, we have to do something more exotic. Like having a 2x3 block of units here where all 4 of the enemies on the perimeter can tank 1 hit from the Barbarian, which is not a trivial task. I'll try to demonstrate that in a minute, but I want to get through what a successful version of this looks like, and then we'll talk about that. So, since this guy does not have pass, we're actually sitting pretty, basically. We just need to make sure that we have Vake or Crom prepared to fight the Barbarian and also this Mercenary. I think under the circumstances, like Vake can fight the Mercenary if he's at high HP without dying, thanks to Crom's Parrot bonus, which is very helpful. I haven't really worked out if I think it's better to have Vake do it or Crom do it, but just for fun's sake, I guess I'll have Vake take the enemy phase. But anyhow, I just don't need to move Stahl out of the way. Let's have Vake come here. I did have Crom take a vulnerary out of chapter 1. Again, I'm going to unequip Crom for the sake of consistency. Use the vulnerary. Lissa parent to Muriel. Or Muriel parent to Lissa, rather. And then we can heal Vake back to full. And Robin just waits here with the sword equipped. Now, there's a good reason not to use Vake for that enemy phase, which is that his hit rates are against the mercenaries are kind of bad. But I don't know, maybe we'll want to have more support points between Lissa and Vake or something. Yeah, 62%. Not the worst thing ever, but it's not the greatest. Whereas if we used Crom for that same fight, had him healed up, you would have 84 or 94 with the rapier. Or I guess in principle we could trade around and get Crom the bronze sword too. Might be something we're thinking about. Okay, so now, what's nice here is we have all these enemies up north that are easy to pick off with ranged attacks. So as long as we can finagle some way of getting our ranged weapon users into position to fight all these guys, we're pretty much good to go. Like we could have Robin shoot one of these soldiers. We could have Muriel come up and do that with the Thunder Tome. And once we kill one of those guys, we can have Fred step off the mountain and switch to Virion, and Virion can shoot the other guy. Generally, I don't want to fight these enemies at melee range because they might have vantage, and then they might hit me before I can hit them, and that could be a problem. But the best version of this that I've worked out really relies on this soldier not having vantage, because then what we can do is come over the mountain with Robin, switch to Sully, have her take the bronze sword, and kill with the bronze lance. We kill one of these guys at melee range, and now we have Sully blocking this path through the mountains, which is great because if we stick someone else like right next to her here, then we can stuff all these enemies and again give them only one opportunity to attack, like only one facing each. So we can have one enemy fight Sully on the mountain. We can have one enemy if we park, say, Crom right here. I'll just do that. Come up, heal Crom. Crom's back to full. Okay, so we've got a situation where only one enemy can fight Crom, only one enemy can fight Sully. They can each tank a hit, except Sully does not survive barbarians unless... Well, actually, I will raid... No. Switch to Virion. Raid. Make Sully equip a sword. Transfer Fred to Sully. And now Virion kills this guy. And hey presto. Now we've got Sully with 11 defense and a sword, which is 6 defense against Luna and 20 HP. And this barbarian has 26 attack minus 1. So it's like 14 plus 11 because he has no weapon rank bonus. So Sully lives every time against that barbarian. And I do mean every, because even if he has Gamble, he's got 3 supports nearby. So then we can just have Stall come up, take Muriel, and go for the kill with Thunder here. Fred even gets a dual guard for extra fun. So this is great. If this barbarian doesn't have pass, and the last soldier who attacks Fred, one who attacks from over here, doesn't have vantage, you can just do this. And it works out beautifully. And now you can just kill this guy. I think to be 100% consistent about it, you would probably need to retreat a bit. And get yourself in a situation where you can either put someone unpaired here and someone unpaired here so that Flaw can run up and pair up into them to get out of range while everyone else just retreats to the northeast. Then maybe use the forts to your advantage while you pick off these other guys. But you can finish off these last 2 enemies fairly easily and be ready to take on the second part of the map. So, on the one hand, I'm pretty happy with that. Like, checking 2 skills, 1 skill each on 2 enemies is not horrible. But that is only a 25% success rate. Because at this point, every enemy has a 50% chance of having any particular skill. So, I got 2 enemies, each of 50-50. Only 25% of setups are workable. So what I'm trying to figure out here is, how can we resolve that? Are there ways that we could like do this last turn we just did more cleanly, where say we don't need Sully to be able to kill this, to be right here at full HP, but we can still give her Fred's support? I think that's a maybe. But it's hard to see how we kill both of the soldiers up here and this guy over here. Like we could have Sully park here, Virion take this kill, Muriel kill this one, I guess. Sully just park right here. Virion, Fred step off, pass switch, Virion passes Fred to Sully, and then Virion shoots the next guy. But then we've got at least one enemy to spare that we still have to fight, seemingly at melee range. I will go back and load some states so we can some of this out. That's not it. This one? Oh. Okay, here. So there's a couple different things that can happen depending on exactly which units we move where. I did a slightly different setup for this turn. So Stahl and Sully are actually unpaired because instead of having Lissa heal Vake while Robin was still paired up with Lissa, I had her pass Robin off to Stahl first and then heal Vake for one less HP. This does give us a little bit more flexibility. And just to demonstrate what I mean about the 2x3 setup to potentially box out this barbarian here, what you could hypothetically do is have Vake come here, take the vulnerary, heal himself. Muriel. There's Lissa. Lissa comes over. Lissa heals Vake back to full. Robin equips the bronze sword, comes down here, takes Crom. Switches. Crom trades to get the vulnerary back and then heals himself. Stahl takes Robin, switches, so Robin's here at full HP. Sword equipped. Sully comes... Oh, actually, pretend Sully got the sword. I have to trade for that as well. She actually needs to have a sword. Be safe, because what you do is switch to Muriel. Muriel drops Sully, and then if this guy has pass, what he sees is 4 different enemies he can attack. Again, pretend Sully has a sword. So he's got 25 attack against Sully. He does have Luna Plus, but the AI doesn't know that he has Luna Plus. So what he'll see is 20 HP, 7 defense. That's more than enough to survive. The Barbarian without Luna Plus. So he'll see, oh, I can attack Vake instead, and Vake has less defense, so I should attack him. So this Barbarian should go for Vake. And then the mercenary can go for someone else. Unfortunately, with our exact skill combination, this doesn't work because Crom is not quite healed enough to survive. He has 19 HP after using that vulnerary, 8 defense. The mercenary has 23 attack and Luna Plus. So Crom has 4 defense effectively and 19 HP, and he dies exactly. So that's kind of sad. If we had enough, if we could guarantee enough healing power, like if Crom had the elixir, for example, then we could do this. Or there might be ways to do things differently on turn 2 so that either Crom or Vake isn't wounded. But that relies on a different enemy skill check, so we'll talk about that. But I don't want to give Crom or Vake the elixir because I want that on Fred so that he can always move on to this mountain and be healthy. So we're going to see Crom dies. Very sad. Technically unequipped Sully was fine, by the way. So that might also work, but she'll only give up the extra +1 damage to that barbarian if she has the lance actually equipped, and she did not in that instance. But anyway, so that's my problem with that particular situation. And go back and look at turn 2. But it is possible to get some more healing out of this turn. But then the problem is, what if this barbarian has Vantage Plus, which he does?
Permit me to clarify.
If we try something along those lines. Like, let's do this. Could even hypothetically get this heal boosted by Robin onto Crom. And now he gets to 21 HP instead of 19.
Careful now.
And let's say Stall comes here and takes Robin. And then Sully takes Robin and switches. And Robin shoots this guy, doesn't kill him, but weakens him. Well, now we can have either Crom or Vake go for this kill. Once Vake gets his axe. But because this guy has Vantage Plus, we're going to take an extra hit, and then we'll face death against the soldier next turn. So this can work just fine if that soldier doesn't have Vantage Plus, but unfortunately he does. And I'm trying to plan for... trying to be skill agnostic here, so I'm trying to use strategies that don't depend on not having it.
Never fear.
So that's the rub there. Basically, if I want to maximize my health on Palmer and Vake, I can do that to a degree, but only if that barbarian doesn't have Vantage. And there's another subtler problem with the 6-tile strategy to occupy all the spaces to account for pass, which is just that sometimes the barbarian here is on this spot, in which case he can reach this woods tile and would be able to attack Vake in that position. Just move some people to demonstrate. So he's able to reach the woods tile next to Vake because he's able to go plain, plain, plain woods. But if the barbarian decides to run here, which he does sometimes for no good reason, then he can't reach that tile at all because he's going plain woods, or plain woods, which you can't do. And that's not a huge problem. Like, it's still safe, but it's just annoying for having that extra variance. But then again, maybe it is all right. like, if I were in a situation where Prom were a little bit healthier, and wasn't dying immediately to the mercenary, it's conceivable that that would be fine. You would just adapt on the next turn and like switch them around, switch whichever one fights the barbarian or something on the next turn, depending on which one fought at this turn. How many contingency plans based on someone not having one specific skill are enough for it to be consistent? I mean, I think in a way we're in a relatively good spot because we can deal with this barbarian if he doesn't have pass in all cases. We can deal with him. It seems like we can deal with him if he doesn't have Vantage. And the only really problematic thing is if he has both pass and Vantage, which is a 1 in 6 chance instead of a 1 in 2. Because if he has both pass and Vantage, then we can't get all the healing we want. Like we can't safely, we can't keep everyone healthy to be able to do this this 2x3 setup, and we need to do the 2x3 setup in order to be able to count for pass. So maybe that's good. Maybe we just say, okay, just check that this particular barbarian doesn't have both pass and Vantage and work it out from there. Which it's 1 in 6 because you have a 1/2 chance of not having your first, like, it's half the time he doesn't have Vantage, let's say, and then he's got the other skill slot, which is a 2 out of 3 chance to not have, yeah, a 2 out of 3 chance to not have your other skill. So 1 in 6. If he doesn't have pass or Vantage, what are the odds he hits all of his attacks? If he doesn't have pass or Vantage, then he necessarily has both Hawkeye and Lunapla. But if he has both, then he either... A morning test. So maybe that's the best we're gonna get, and we just live with that. But I should discuss why it's annoying for this mercenary to have pass as well, or at least potentially annoying. And that's because in some setups, at least, let me reload this.
What?
Switch to Prom. Heal you. Sword equipped.
Are you sure?
Okay, so with Prom in front, the mercenary attacks Robin preferentially instead of Prom. That probably varies depending on Robin or Prom's exact stats, but just for the sake of demonstration. And that's, I believe, was different. I think when we had Vake in front, we had the mercenary attack Vake instead, and then the barbarian attacked Robin, if I remember correctly. So the annoying thing about the mercenary having pass is that lets him reach this tile north of the mountain. Normally, if you obstruct this square, you can't get there because the mercenary pays 4, unlike the soldiers and the barbarians. Mercenary pays 4 to go on mountain tiles. So he can't normally run this way to get there. So what you could do is have,
Now I'm angry.
say, Prom set up here, and heal. So he's back to full health.
Time to tip the scales.
And Robin kills this guy. Now we take Sully, and she's still at full HP, but she can do this from beyond enemy range, so it doesn't even matter if this guy has Vantage. And then Fred can step off this way and have Virion shoot the last soldier. And that works out just fine, unless this mercenary has pass. If he doesn't have pass and this barbarian's down here, then there's only one exposed face for Crom. But now there are two, and again, he dies. And you can't say bait with Virion or anything. Again, the enemies know, like they can count. Oh, I can attack from two different sides. You could almost, like if this guy doesn't have pass, maybe you could work out something else. Block him. I don't know. But yeah, the mercenary having pass means that you can't control this choke point from just this square. You have to fill this one as well. Which is why it was important for Sully to be able to go there and have Fred's pair up. Are you sure Virion can't bait? With Fred's pair up, he dies. He gets doubled by the mercenary and dies. And on the mountain, he has 13. Well, against Luna plus Barbarian, he has 8 defense and 19 HP, which is enough. But in this configuration, there's no way for him to be in range of the Barbarian, but not the mercenary. And anyway, they'll see that they can kill Crom. So even if he was like, let's say the mercenary was here somehow, and you could pull you could have Virion run over like somewhere here and be able to just be in range of the Barbarian. It still wouldn't work. So this is, I think, tantalizingly close. It's just not resilient enough to be able to handle every enemy skill combination. It does really, really well, and it's like, baseline we could say, okay, no Vantage on this soldier over here, no pass on the Barbarian, and then it's very easy, systematic. Everything just works. And maybe even if, like, we say, no pass on this Barbarian, no Vantage on the original Barbarian. I think I was talking about Vantage and pass on the same guy, but we want no Vantage on the original Barbarian here. And no pass on... Then we can handle pass on this guy, potentially. But we don't want both. But then we also don't want... If there is Vantage on this soldier, then we don't want pass on this mercenary. So I guess that overall odds, it's not too bad. We're saying, we look at the two Barbarians, the one here and then this one. We don't want them... We want no pass here, or no Vantage here, or no pass here, so that's 3/4 of the time. And then we want no pass here or no Vantage here, which is, again, 3/4 of the time, so 9/16. That's pretty decent. Like, that's a very workable way to run things. Why is Sully beside Robin this time? Well, in this scenario, what I was trying to do was move everyone out of range of the two enemies down here, other than having one guy in the choke point, namely Crom. That gets frustrated by the fact that this mercenary has pass. So if this mercenary has pass, we have to fill this spot by Crom, which means we basically need Sully here. And then with Fred's pair up, which is achievable, but only this guy doesn't have Vantage. Unless we can make Crom... Yeah, I don't know. Being able to check for skills before resetting instead of it being an in-the-moment luck thing makes that kind of probability very acceptable, I think. I mean, yes. Like, working that out and thinking through it, like, we're saying we've got two pairs of enemies where if one enemy has one skill, we don't want the other enemy to also have a different skill. So that's two 75% checks to pass. It's not horrible. But I would just really like to say I've got... Like, we've had to deal with worse in Prologue in Chapter 1, and I don't think... Like, it's hard to see how those get improved very much. Like, those I think are inevitably going to be a little bit more reset heavy for skill combinations, but I would really love if we could work out a 100%, doesn't matter what the enemy skills are, you can just do this, you know, at least with a sufficiently trained Crom and Robin in Chapter 2. That's the dream. And I guess we're at, what, 56.25% or whatever. So anyway, just to show this off. Sadly, the AI is not stupid. I'm not going to body block with this. I'm not going to body block with the Merc. So the Barbarian attacks first, and then the Merc goes for the kill. In this case, Fred is Vake is an absolute hero, and it works out. But that's not something you can rely on. That's a 3% dual card. And you ignore the soldier next to Fred. That is something to think about. I think it would be ignoring specifically this enemy, which might be a barbarian or a soldier. It's kind of easier to block his pathing, but you have, if he has pass, you're looking at whoever's here is vulnerable, or if no one's here, then whoever's here is vulnerable. This person's vulnerable, and this person's vulnerable. I mean, let's think about that a little bit. Where were we? Let's see, state slot 6. No, that's already beyond it. Slot 5. Let's reproduce that.
What?
Whip. Heal. Oh, by the way, I definitely do need I do need Cavalier pair up on Robin, because he needs 1 speed to not get doubled by the mercenary, and if he fights this barbarian and doesn't have a defense bonus, Luna Plus kills him exactly. So we need at least +1 defense and at least +1 speed. Yeah, Chad, I agree generally with how, like, I like the deterministic guard gauge in Fates a lot more than the random dual guards in Awakening. It's probably true that it's a little bit overpowered in Fates. I think what I would do is probably make it so it takes 12 points instead of 10 to get a dual guard, because that would change the dynamics for, well, maybe that's not enough. The dynamic when you're doubling the enemies is like, they hit you, or let's say you attack someone on player phase. You get 2 hits, they don't counterattack, and then on enemy phase, they hit you, you get 2 hits, now you got a full guard gauge, you block the next hit, you counterattack, you get to 2, you hit, or they hit you, you hit twice, you're back to full again, you block the next hit. So you can block every other. Whereas if the guard gauge was just a little bit longer, you wouldn't be able to block every other attack, which would probably be a little bit more balanced. But I like the deterministic nature of it a lot more. It's way easier to consider it as a mechanic, whereas you can't ever factor dual guards into your strategy. It's not a strategic element, except in the sense of it will give me an out sometimes, like it did there. But it's not something you can go into a turn and say like, okay, I'm gonna use this resource. And I feel like that's kind of lame. But anyway, just thinking for a second. Is there any alternative for okay, I need the okay, one thing to mention is sometimes if this barbarian isn't here, if he's a little bit farther southeast, then this space here is not covered by any enemy, and what you could do is actually separate Muriel and Stall here, and that opens up a few more tactical possibilities. For example, what we were doing before, we had Robin walk over the mountain and switch to Sully and you'd kill that soldier. You could potentially do a different way. Or maybe even have Stall do the job, because Stall could come here, like, you clear out this soldier, Virion steps off, switches to Fred, Fred steps off, switches to Virion shoots someone else, and then Stall can come here, take Fred, so he gets +1 speed. Actually, that wouldn't work because he'd get doubled by the mercenary still. And that's Stall's problem. But you could change the para partners here for a second, have Sully be the one who's free. Point is, you could potentially like work this out so that you have an extra free action on a player phase, which you could use to eliminate more enemies without like exhausting Robin's turn or something like that. And then you have more options to clear out the enemies, and maybe you don't need Sully to actually attack, and then you're guaranteed to have her at full HP. But we can't do that now because the barbarian is just gonna murk poor Stall, or potentially poor Muriel if you switch into it the other way. Would you ever consider sack strats? Potentially getting someone killed for better consistency? That's not what I'm going for. I'm dead certain that you could do that intentionally and profit from it. Sacrifice strategies can be very powerful, but no, that's not what I'm trying to do. Funny that people say Awakening Parap is broken and Fate's Parap is balanced, when Fate's give guaranteed Google guard every other attack. Well, I would contend that definitely Awakening Parap is overall stronger. But it doesn't work as powerfully for you from the very beginning of the game in the sense of like its defensive utility is entirely in the ridiculous amount of stats you can pile on really quick.
Sure.
Like Virion and Fred did one map together, and Fred is giving 12 stat points to Virion, including 5 strength and 5 defense, which is just silly. Septi brought up a point that is important. Like, the thing with awakening mechanics is, like, yeah, you can combine Avoid and Soul or Nosferatu, or technically Ether, and your dual guard rate and everything. Like, the amount of random things that can work for you is very high, and therefore you can be fairly consistent even if, like, objectively it's not 100% guaranteed. Like, what Fred's doing going on this mountain is not technically guaranteed to work if there's more than one Luna present in this group. but it's very, very likely that even if there is more than one, that it will work. Unless they all happen to be like triple Hawkeye, double Luna Plus or something. And even then there's a dual guard chance, which is fairly, it's actually 7%. Okay, so what were we talking about? So yeah, if the Barbarian's in a different spot, we have a little bit more flexibility in where we can potentially move our units. And in fact, this almost works to seal off the whole pass problem too. Except for the part where this Barbarian could still run through Crawl and attack from the south. And I haven't double checked this, but I'm fairly certain that, again, the AI will see, oh, I can move my Barbarian here and attack here, and then have the Mercenary attack from here to gang up. So yeah, that won't quite solve it. I'm gonna try. Let me actually check. Just to see how that could work, I'm gonna try to get a situation where the enemies have moved in such a way that this space isn't covered. We can just look at that and see, okay, what are our options in that situation? Give me 1 second, and I will make some room. Save states here.
Permit me to clarify.
Back here. Trade tomes. Transfer. Air up.
Not done yet.
Fake. Unequip. Take the Iron Axe. Back with Iron Axe.
What?
Transfer Robin away. Heal Vake. Vake will always survive this soldier. Sully takes Robin. Switch kill with fire.
Never fear.
Kill the soldier.
Careful now.
I just realized my shortcut I set up on controller doesn't work for this. Save that. Let's just take and drop. Okay, he went south. So slightly different variant here. And like I said, in this case, we have more flexibility with where we move our units, which hypothetically could matter. One way that might make a difference is, in this situation, it's possible to back Robin and Prom/Fake all the way up to the wall here. I don't think that's actually favorable, but you can do it. Like so. Move Stall onto Robin. Robin down here.
Hey!
Onto the side, Sully up. Heal back to full. And now, we're a little bit farther west, but we're away from that Barbarian. Doesn't really matter. Any update on the Train Everyone challenge? Still working on. I haven't recorded the next one yet. My attention's been elsewhere, but it should be coming fairly soon. Thank you for the $5 though, Oxified. I really appreciate it. I do have everything planned for it. I just haven't sat down and, you know, gotten the recording.
My lord.
Okay. So in this situation, where we've moved things a little bit, I don't actually favor this very much because now it's harder to run away from these two enemies. It does make it more feasible to
Time to tip the scales.
just like, run away to the north somehow. But it's still not very easy to manage that. It's like, where does Robin go to be safe? If he runs all the way north, he's still in range of both of these guys, albeit only one at a time. So we have to rectify that, which is not easy because we kind of need Robin to kill these enemies. And if we use his turn on anything other than healing, then we have no way to get him back to full HP, or even enough HP to survive anything from those two enemies coming from the south. So that means we need a body block, which is very scary. Could do something like this. And it's like,
Now I'm
well,
angry.
okay, now what? Robin can't tank anything with this much HP. And Crom basically has to use the... Let's take the elixir and use that too. And bang, we're dead. But I don't really like the idea of pulling the two southern enemies even farther west, because it just seems like, well, now they're able to run past the mountain more freely, and it's way harder to deal with that. I do love that this moment of Chapter 2 is the auto battle tutorial. Yeah, it's a lovely trick. So maybe there's something to this option, but it just seems very tough. Like, it's just way harder to work with than backing up to this column. Just seems like it sets you up for failure more than backing up to this one does, just because the enemies are that much closer, and they can cover way more squares back here that you have to account for. Aside from that, like,
What?
you do gain some flexibility in other ways. For example, hypothetically, you could do something along these lines where Lissa happens to have just enough healing power to get Crom over the threshold so he doesn't die in one hit anymore. And I guess let's stick Sully with Robin. And we're again counting on not having pass for this particular idea, but
Are you sure?
Red onto the mountain. And drop Muriel a little bit farther north. And actually, we're counting on the mercenary also not having pass, because otherwise we'd get killed here. But if neither of these had pass, then theoretically you could just do something like this, where now Muriel is able to run into these woods and shoot someone, so that Robin can run all the way this way and shoot someone and doesn't block Muriel's opportunity to also shoot one of these two enemies around Fred at 2 range, because Muriel can go to here. Come to think of it, I suppose you could... No, you just need Stall to be here, right? You don't need Muriel to be farther north, because you could just have Muriel's parent to Stall, and Stall will pay 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 3 more 7 to get here. So you don't have to open up this square. So basically, if this barbarian doesn't come this way and is a little bit farther east, it's possible that you may be able to back off and go like retreat to the north more easily in a way that you can't do it. Like if Stall has to be here, then you can't ride into the woods anymore. He doesn't have enough movement for it. But if Stall is able to occupy this square safely, and the Muriel can pair to Stall, then you can open up more options to retreat to these northern spaces to shoot these enemies around Fred without having to be in range of the approaching enemies from here. That's an improvement, I suppose, but it still doesn't solve the thing where the mercenary, if he has pass, will be able to double team anyone who blocks this space. Can you play on the eastern side of the map instead of the west? Always important to ask those questions. Maybe you can. It's not something I've really investigated, but it doesn't seem to me like the big patch of woods here is enough of an obstacle to make that work very nicely, but maybe it can. How would you go about that? Let's say, like, one difficulty I can see is, like, if you tried to do a similar opening where you're hitting this mercenary with Fred, let's say, there is no spot where you can shoot this guy from 2 range and not be exposed to 2 enemies at once. Because this barbarian and this soldier can attack from either side. But let's just try something. Let's go right into Virian. That gives Virian enough movement to go here. Switch, attack. Or it's actually slightly bulkier in the woods. You do a different para partner even, but let's just try this.
Let's go.
Also, doing this means nobody fights Fred on enemy phase, which is kind of a drag. But you could hypothetically do, let's say,
Let me at him.
Ball here to guard Robin's left flank. And even Sully here on the right flank, so Robin's completely healthy, if you want to do that.
I am not delicate.
My turn.
Okay, so that particular idea doesn't seem like it's really any good, because we are not in a position to take on all these enemies, really. And they will swarm us very quickly, but there might be something. Probably the solution there isn't Fred going over here, or like maybe just Fred over here. And everyone else goes west or something. You could think about, say, Fred and Devirian.
Who could stop us?
I imagine it's best to come out to attack this merc from the south so that there's no chance of, so we always have an escape route, although maybe from the west is better? I don't know. But, okay, so you could do something like, let's say,
Let me at him.
Sully into Alyssa. Switch this over here.
It's fake time.
Take into Crom.
Here's how it's done.
Robin goes with Sully and Waits here.
My turn.
Just spitballing. Oh, that's fun. The barbarian goes for Robin in that case. Oh, because Stall's in the woods. Makes sense. Watch dual guard from Virion there.
Ugh.
I don't know. There's a ton of things that could maybe work doing things like this. But it's hard not to feel like Fred's in way more danger trying to be on this side by himself. Like he just fought 4 different enemies, and I believe he only lived that last turn because he got a dual guard. And this barbarian had Luna Plus and Hawkeye, and he would have killed Fred if Virion didn't dual guard for him. Having Fred fight 4 enemies at once, which seems quite bad. Maybe we just don't have Fred attack on player phase. You got 3 enemies still alive, which is also tough. If you wanted to go right, it would need to be Elixir Fred going left to stop the enemies coming at you and everyone else handles the 3 east guys. That might be the better solution. What's kind of annoying is there aren't great ways to make Fred,
Who could stop
like, to
us?
free up Fred to go onto the mountain. Oh, maybe here's an idea. Do the thing. This. Whoop.
Here goes.
As one. Let me at him.
So, Stall distracts the other barbarian, say,
Here's how it's done.
just for the sake of argument.
Ready to
But
shine?
try this. So Fred kills the... Oh yeah. Get that dual card again. Okay, what's annoying about having Fred fight from there and not having anyone pull the...
Ugh.
pull this soldier is sometimes he body blocks for the other soldier and sometimes he doesn't. So maybe it's like, okay, suddenly drops Prom to the north here. Oh wait, but everyone else is going right. That was the whole point. Forgot what I was doing.
Who could
So
stop
let's say
us?
unequip you and here. Is there a way I can guarantee that Fred gets to go on the mountain? Oh. Maybe it's... Let me just stand here. Good news, we don't die to all these enemies, I think. 2, 5, 10, 1 Luna. Okay. So how do we fight all these guys coming from the side?
Let me at him.
All in the woods. So I'll bait the mercenary.
Here goes.
As one.
Oh, I forgot Sully needs a speed pair up. It's easy to do.
Who could stop us? Let's do it. Let me at him. As one.
I am not delicate.
Ready to shine?
Nice D-ranking lances.
For victory.
Can we kill all 3 of these enemies in this turn without Fred's help? That seems very scary. I got dual guarded. Wow. What does that look like? Something along the lines of...
Divide and conquer.
That's not going to go anywhere. How do you get yourself into this setup? It's really annoying that these guys run, or can run, due south, because it really limits how many ways you could attack all of these enemies on this turn. Having to kill 3 of them, with 2 at fairly high health and 1 at full health, with your 6 combat scrubs, seems very hard. But speaking more generally, what I find unappealing about a strategy like this, like, it might be very consistently doable and worth investigating. If we can work out, okay, how do we pile on enough damage on all these guys that we're able to pull? But it just seems like what's going on with the enemies here is going to be really random and hard to deal with. For example, we just got... This time the mercenary attacked Fred from the north, so that the other soldier who was here body blocked. He didn't have to do that. Could have attacked from the east, and then the soldier would also have been able to attack Fred. And from this far away, I suspect these enemies will also kind of rush down to the southeast. At least one of them will probably peel off. If we're able to get Fred onto, say, this mountain or this mountain tile, maybe it's a little bit more workable, but I just don't know how to do that. I didn't exactly give myself the best turn 1 setup if I'm going to fight the enemies from the east, so maybe there is a better way to handle it.
Let's go.
Is it feasible? I don't think anyone... Well, shouldn't say that. Oh, okay, no one can reach this woods tile, other than Period with Fred's parrot. I'm trying to see if maybe you could do something like... have someone in the woods here and someone in the woods adjacent, so that you could fight the mercenary and the soldier on enemies at the same time, but that won't work because anyone who's here can be attacked from the right by the mercenary and from the north by the soldier, so they'll just get killed. Doesn't seem like it's possible to damage this soldier on enemy phase, unless I'm overlooking something really nice. Especially with pass on this mercenary, that makes it really hard. You can't like cordon off a line here or something. So your only chances are fighting.
Let me at him. It's fake time.
Barbarian on enemy phase with someone and mercenary on enemy phase with someone else.
Who could stop us?
Where can Fred go? If he goes here, he's exposed to 4 enemies and has very good chances to die. You tank them all if only one of them has Luna Plus. 2 plus 5 plus 5 plus 10. No, he does not. 2 plus 5 plus 5 plus 10 plus 8 is 30. It can't really be in range of 4 different enemies. That's a recipe for disaster. Going here seems undesirable because both of the mountain tiles will get occupied by enemies. I guess if you... Well, this won't work. But hypothetically, you could attack this barbarian on the mountain and then kill him on enemy phase if you got really lucky. And then be able to move on to his mountain after, but he'll deal a ton of damage. And with Luna on this mercenary, I believe that would be lethal. You take 10 and 10 and 2 and 8, yeah. Probably no world where you can send Fred on turn 1 and then move him to the opposite side to aggro them in. Yeah. I mean, maybe, but I don't see how you do that and you don't put Fred in a situation where he's fighting 4 enemies all at once and not on a mountain tile, which just seems like he's probably going to die. Like, if he's on a mountain and facing 4 enemies, he's got a fighting chance, unless they all have, like, Hawkeye Luna Plus. But anywhere else, he's so screwed against 4. So I feel like if you're going to try something where you're splitting the enemies, it has to be Fred to the left to exploit the mountain, and the rest of the team right. Now, hypothetically, you could do... There's another thing to think about. Like, what if you just make it so that... Like, what I was showing off in my strategy was, after turn 1, Fred circles around and finishes off. We pull this soldier to the south, on the west side of the mountain, and then Fred circles around and kills him for us. We could try to work out some other way of defeating him, which will take probably 2 or maybe even 3 of our units at once, which is scary. But if we could work that out, then you could leave Fred free to move on to the mountain here and be able to fight a lot of the enemies who are coming at us much more safely. Without letting them come around, and then we can hide all the squishy units on this side. So I guess let's look at that. Would be... like this situation. Like, what if we just commit
For victory.
Fred right here? That's where he's going. Can we handle this barbarian and this soldier at the same time without Fred's help? Given that this soldier is covering here and we cannot, therefore we cannot necessarily have solely attack this guy. My suspicion is no, we don't have enough firepower for that. Unless we can kill this barbarian and fill enough spaces with people who could fight the soldier in enemy phase. Like,
Divide and
Muriel
conquer.
comes here. Unfortunately, I don't have anyone who's strong enough to just finish off this barbarian in one hit.
Careful now.
Vake won't do it. Crom won't do it with Vake's pair up bonus. Right.
We're not done
This guy
yet.
didn't have Vantage. That would probably be feasible. Because then the problem is this soldier covers this side, so this diagonal here, and then this soldier, it's here. So I have a safe spot below Robin. The soldier can never reach there, not even with pass. If this barbarian didn't have Vantage, then I could just transfer for Vake, switch, trade, get Vake his axe, and kill. And then Vake would still have full HP. We wouldn't have to heal him, which is a problem with Robin at this spot. And he could fight the soldier in enemy phase while Robin takes on the soldier, presumably with, I guess you do this. You drop Sully to the left. But that works if the barbarian doesn't have pass. If he has pass, if the barbarian doesn't have Vantage. If he does have Vantage, then what we were doing before to compensate for that was actually we're having Vake attack the barbarian first and then having Lissa heal him. But then Lissa has to be where Robin is. Go back and set that up.
Permit me to
Muriel. Yeah, Muriel attack. Robin come over, transfer her up. I don't think this will work with this barbarian having... Is there any pair partner who can let Lissa survive the soldier? No, I don't think so. Because Lissa needs 2 speed, which means either Robin or Crom. As a para partner, neither of them gives her any defense, and she's not even on defensive terrain and doesn't have enough raw stats, even if he doesn't have the Luna Plus. So what I was trying to see was, okay,
We're not done yet.
let's say Crom comes here, takes Vake, switches, Vake gets his axe, Vake attacks, and then we heal Vake. It's not... We don't have a way... Guard... Fred remaining where he is can block the Lancer. No, he can't. Can Fred reach a fort? Not quite. Oxified, it is possible for Fred to just go straight to the center. That works. I mean, it kind of works better if he has both plus his gain speed from a level, which is far from guaranteed, and he has a Cromp-C support, because then he doubles the barbarians. Even without that, like if the enemies are wimpy enough, he can just do that and then get to the fort and like elixir there and just tank them all. Hopefully. Unless they're too much Hawkeye Luna. So the problem with this situation is, again, if this barbarian has, well, I guess we're accounting for the situation where he has advantage, but let's do like this. Sure, I could now maneuver in such a way that Robin can attack this guy and kill him from outside enemy range. Let's do this, for argument's sake. But now if this soldier has passed, which he happens to have, I don't have a way to protect Lissa. I can't fill both spaces next to her, and I especially can't fill this one because it's also vulnerable to this soldier. Well, okay, that's not quite true.
Careful now.
Oh, wait. Robin needs... I guess I should have... I'll redo that, because Robin needs a... No, never mind. He doesn't need speed support against the soldier. Okay, I don't have to change anything just yet.
Don't get careless.
Could have Red block this spot. Hypothetically. Now all the enemies go south, which it seems like they're very likely to do, although who knows, perhaps some of them choose to go this way anyway. So you can put Fred on this mountain, and he'll have 3... He can be attacked from 4 sides, which is kind of scary, but I don't know. It seems possible to kill this guy, although he's on a mountain, which sucks.
So sorry.
It's so hard to get enough damage when he's there. Hypothetically. We hit. Good job, us.
Hey!
Yeah, you can do something like this. And then Fred, I think, yeah, Fred will get attacked 4 times. 16 damage from a Luna plus Barbarian. It's terrifying. Plus dual guard from Virion. And does this guy have Luna? If he doesn't, Fred... No, he does. Oh, but he dodged. Okay.
Careful.
What were the chances of that? Got a dual guard from Virion against what? The soldier, and the other one missed? Could do something like this, maybe, but it just seems extremely scary. This would be so much easier if the shepherds didn't suck. So true. Genuinely, if every player unit in up to chapter 2 started with like one more in every stat, just one, this would be so much nicer. Now, from this spot, there's some more prospects for things like healing the enemies off of Fred here. If you survive that turn and he elixirs again, then I don't know, can we... Okay, it's not great, to be honest.
Now I'm angry.
Watch it!
Fred needs to dodge or get Will Guard from the other soldier again, because he's guaranteed to get hit by that barbarian. And absolute clutchness. So this can work, but it just seems not the most reliable. The setup. If all the enemies are wimpy enough, sure. Or if they don't have Hawkeye, but we got unbelievably lucky. Like, dodging twice and getting a dual guard from against someone else. So, I'm really reticent to try these, like, Fred super tank strategies where he's largely unsupported like this, because it just seems like he's fighting 4 enemies at once. You are counting on them not having combinations of skills that reliably produce a lot of damage. Like, this Hawkeye Luna plus Barbarian is just so terrifying, even though Fred's on a mountain. So yes, we happen to survive here, but it's not at all guaranteed. So that's why I like the concept of having, you know, the situation where it's 5 enemies left. Here. Fred on here, taking just 3 of them, and then us fighting the other 2 down here, and then being able to clean up these 3 guys on the following turn and tank the other 2 from down south. And that, I guess we worked out that it's like, there'd be different variations, but there's like a 9/16 chance of having what should be an acceptable skill combination on the enemies for that to work. And that being either no pass on this barbarian or no vantage on this barbarian, because if there's no vantage, then we don't have to put as much healing into Vake and Crom. We can have them mostly healthy, or even pretty much entirely healthy start of this turn, other than possibly Vake, so that we're able to heal them both to basically full, and then they can occupy these 2 squares, and we can compensate for the pass on the barbarian. Whereas if the barbarian doesn't have pass, then we can just do a 4-person formation here and be safe from anything the enemies could throw at us. And then on the next turn, either we see no vantage on the soldier who attacks Fred, or from the left, which would be this guy. I forget where he comes from, but I believe it's always this guy who attacks last. No advantage on him, and that means we can have Sully attack and kill him from below. And that plugs this square so we don't have to worry about passing this on this mercenary. Or if he doesn't have pass, then we're just potentially able to go Sully kill from a different position. Yeah, so we could have Sully kill from like the west. Lissa here and Crumb on this spot? Or something like that. So that he's not a problem either. Actually, let me think about that a little bit more. Oh, right. So the problem is, I was thinking, well, what if we switch the positions of Crom and Robin so that the Barbarian ends up here and the Mercenary's here? Because the Mercenary's a little bit farther south, and he can't get past the mountain, regardless of having passed, because he doesn't have enough movement for it. Wait. Yeah, and he can't run through either. He's a little bit farther south. But then the problem is the Barbarian's on this spot, and the Barbarian only pays 3 to go over the mountain, so he can still run to this position anyway. Yeah, if there's no pass on the Merc, it's feasible to make I think what you do is you have Robin run over here, kill one of these two, and then have Sully plus Muriel go over, transfer for, or Stall plus Muriel go over, transfer for Sully. Sully kills the other one, whichever one's a soldier that she can kill with her lance. And she's completely out of range. Mom here, Lissa here, nobody can reach here because the Merc doesn't have pass, so they can only attack Crom from the south. So yeah, that's the combo. That's overall pretty good. That's 9/16 chance that we don't have a bad enemy skill combination, but it just, I wish I could improve that a little bit, and I just don't know how. I wish we could, like, where's shelter when you need it? Because if you could shelter, then you could have Lissa heal twice in one turn, which would be amazing. What a glorious world that would be. What's the normal strat for this? If you pour everything into Robin, does it even help here? Yes, it does, because you can do something similar with Fred, like tanking on a mountain with a good parrot partner, which might be Crom if that gets into the speed threshold to eliminate the soldiers, or it might be Varian just to make him tanky enough. Then if you have a good Robin, especially like, let's say you take plus speed and your Robin has like 12 speed now, then it's quite feasible for Robin to one-round one of these enemies by himself or with Crom pair up or something. Like, imagine this situation. You got all these enemies over here, but then you've also got Robin with enough speed to double this Barbarian. And maybe it's with Crom, and you've got a good dual strike chance. Then you go, okay, Robin here, hit for like 18 damage plus Crom's dual strike. Or if you train Robin more, which you probably have, then probably Robin has like 11 or 12 damage per hit plus Crom's dual strike. And Crom's dual strike is worth, what, 13 or so? 10? Yeah, so if Robin's trained enough and he has 11 attack with the Thunder Tome and is able to double a Barbarian, then you can just fish for things like, oh, Robin with Crom support one-rounds the guy if Crom dual strikes. So then you got one enemy left, and then you just tank him. Winning Shelter plus Awakening pair up as the peak agreed. I would trade for Fate's pair up in a heartbeat for this. I know you're not optimizing Robin's stats for this chapter. Would that help out of curiosity? I believe a plus speed Robin, which is not what I have, would fairly reliably get to 11 speed and be in that situation where he could at least double the Barbarian, although he wouldn't be strong enough in terms of magic to one round with a Crom dual strike. To get into territory where Crom is a real, or where Robin is a real carry all by himself, you kind of need him to be like level 10, which is only feasible with a Water Trick. Here's a lot of praise for plus D for Robin with Frederick on him. That's also possible. Then he probably gets to like... I mean, usually that's not as... Still not as tanky as Fred himself with Virion pair up, but close. There's some mod that tries to implement Fate's tag team and Fate's pair up. I think Zone wrote that, if I remember correctly. Like the guaranteed dual strikes if you're unpaired, but no dual strikes if you're paired up thing. Kind of cool. But obviously that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to play the game the way it actually works, and not the way I wish it worked. So is there any other clever thing we can do from this particular position? Maybe from here, let's say. There is an option I haven't discussed, which is we don't have to let Vake be the one who takes the hit from the soldier. It could be Sully. Because if you stick Sully, like, here... You let Vake so that soldier doesn't see lethal on him.
Careful
And then
now.
back off and kill with Robin here. The soldier will actually go for Sully. And hit her instead. She gets the kill out of that. That means Vake is healthier. But now we don't have... Still don't have enough healing to make this work. Because now... Okay.
Don't you
Let's say
give
this
up.
guy has pass. We could make Vake take the vulnerary heal. And then Muriel take Rom. And also probably the vulnerary. Switch. Prom go here. Lissa. Switch. Switch. Lissa heals Prom back to full. Okay, we succeeded in getting both of these guys to be healthy, but a key ingredient in the setup to make it so that we could handle pass in this barbarian was having a fourth so we got Vake who could take a hit, Prom who could take a hit from the barbarian, Robin who can take it with Cav pair up, and then we needed someone else who could be north, or who could fill this spot and at least not show lethal damage to the barbarian, and that was Sully with sword equipped, or at least not her lance equipped,
Watch it!
at full health. And now she's not at full health. And has no prospect of getting to full health. And it can't be Muriel either. Like, switching here. She has 5 deep and 18 HP. This guy has 26 attack. There's not a chance. And Stall can't get back to full health either. Hypothetically, you could have Sully go retrieve the elixir, but then Frederick doesn't have it, and he kind of needs it. Or equivalently, you could have Stall go and retrieve the elixir too. Yeah. Right? Yeah, because we needed... Sully had to be here. Sully was not... One thing I want to think about.
For victory.
Hypothetically.
Divide and conquer.
We're not done yet.
Right, we want... Yeah, Sully's taking the damage on this enemy phase. I was thinking, oh, we retrieve, like... This really relies on us preserving a bunch of vulneraries, which is far from guaranteed from the earlier chapters, but... You could try to do something like, oh, Sully comes up here and actually trades with Fred and gets the vulnerary from Fred. Not the elixir. Stall gets smaller trees, the elixir. Well, I mean, let's just try something. Switch trade. Got the kill. It's not really important for this. Check. So let's say Sully retrieves this vulnerary. Or rather, retrieved the elixir.
Careful now.
And we came over here and we had Robin kill the guy with thunder. Well, he takes that hit. She always lives. She might be at 5 HP or might be at 2 if he had Luna.
Son of a griffin.
Well, he takes Stall's sword. The elixirs herself.
Enter the Vake.
Big trade, or big, yeah, big trades take vulnerary. Is this something? Only problem is, you know, Fred doesn't have his elixir now, so he's far more vulnerable, and it's likely to get him killed unless we got lucky with the enemy damage output on the previous turn. Okay. Well, that's something. Fred does live this. With 1 HP.
My lord.
Okay, so theoretically, like... You could also do that. If the enemy damage on turn 1 has not been too bad. Like, let's say there wasn't any... Yeah, if there's not too much Luna Plus that Fred's facing on turn 1, and he can recover enough with the vulnerary instead of the elixir, you could resort to that. That's kind of a more complicated skill check. But this would be capable of handling pass on the barbarian, and we haven't lost any like relative mobility because we can just have Vake pair up into Crom or something like that. In fact, neither of these guys can get past the mountain now. Although, one scary thing about this is Crom did get a dual strike from Robin, which might mean that,
Now I'm angry.
depending on how the enemies behave, I don't remember who's actually nominally ahead in the turn order. But if the mercenary attacks first, and we don't, well, okay. If the mercenary attacks first and we don't pull back far enough, then we might kill the mercenary and then die to the barbarian after. I guess if Crom moved his full move all the way north, and then used vulnerary, and then Lissa healed him, we'd be fine. Part of the requirements of the run, no deaths. Yeah, that's the idea. And just to be clear, Nathan, this isn't a run per se. We're just trying to work out, like, is there some kind of sequence of moves that you could do in Chapter 2 that would be skill agnostic and be able to beat it with at least a moderately trained but not especially good Robin or Crom? Like this looks good. It just feels like such a big ask to lend the elixir for Sully to Sully instead of keeping it on Fred. I guess Fred doesn't need it anymore after this turn, so if the turn 1 damage against him was not that bad, it works out. I buy. What I mean is, like, it doesn't matter what skills the enemies have. Like, you can do the same sequence of moves and it should work regardless of what Lunatic plus skills they might bring against you. I suppose I should note that with Vake being here by himself, and, well, only next to Crom, and this barbarian having Gamble, he does face a crit chance. And also, there is some variance possible here, because if this barbarian had been at this spot instead of this one, if he'd been southeast, then he wouldn't be able to reach Vake, which would mean it would be Robin and Crom getting attacked, not Crom and Robin. Which would then bring the whole problem with pass on this mercenary back into play, probably. You would still be looking like, oh, if this guy has pass, then I can't have Vantage on here because I need Sully to plug this hole. Would it be easier to go the entirely opposite direction and test it with every enemy having pass and Luna plus? Well, no. I mean, I could craft a specific enemy skill combination that would be as bad as possible for what I'm trying to do. Which would be like Hawkeye, Luna plus on all these guys who are attacking Fred, which would kill him. And probably also Hawkeye, Luna plus on this mercenary, and the soldier starts here. Vantage Luna plus, or rather Vantage Luna plus on this guy, or something along those lines. The Hawkeye or something. And then, like, I suppose past Luna plus on both of these. Although I guess something we haven't thought too much about is, can we just gang up? Like, Fred's distracting all these enemies up here. Is there a way we can kill all of these? We just gang up on them now. ignoring the part where Tom got a dual strike that probably matters. We have enough firepower to gang up on these enemies and kill them now without dying to anything that's coming at us from the north. My suspicion is probably not, because at least in general, like if they have Vantage, we can't rely on any of our melee attackers to do a finishing blow, so it's like the kills have to go to Muriel and Robin. And only Sully is healthy enough to attack anyone at melee range. But she can't do that from any safe positions except hypothetically here. So, okay, something like this. Oh, I forgot. She can't attack the barbarians. She can only chip the mercenary. Yeah, that doesn't kill. That doesn't kill either. But hypothetically, something along those lines, where you've like managed to chip both of these guys and you kill them with Robin and Muriel or something. That seems hard. And then you got Robin body blocking, so he takes on the soldier in enemy phase. And then Fred doesn't have the elixir. Oops. So yeah, Fred's not in a happy place here. I don't know. Well, I would say that this whole setup is the most promising thing that I've encountered so far. And it seems, I know I didn't give it my best effort, but it seems really hard to make a strategy where we split and Fred goes west and the rest of the team goes east, or vice versa, work very well. Like if Fred goes east and everyone else goes west, then Fred doesn't have the best defensive terrain and it's way easier for the enemies to surround him. He'll probably die very quickly. If Fred goes west, it doesn't seem like we have enough firepower to clear out the other enemies who are on the east side without his help. And if Fred goes over there to help initially, then again, it's hard for him to get back to the best defensive terrain and not be surrounded while he's trying to get there. I just feel like we have to go west, we have to use the mountain, and it has to be something like this, or we've got Fred on the north side or the east side drawing 3 or maybe 4 enemies at once, and we're just barely skirting around the backside of the mountain and taking on a couple extra enemies with our Scrub's Blood. And then we're just trying to work out what's the best way to make that option. Am I missing any other possible way to set up against these enemies? I mean, if they don't have pass, or maybe if it's just if this barbarian doesn't have pass, then that does give us some additional options. Is there anything? I don't think this would work, but is there anything, any merit in putting Robin on the mountain somehow? I imagine not. Because right here, well, if he goes onto this mountain, he's exposed to this barbarian potentially, if he's not farther southeast. And if he goes onto this one, then he's Again, this is affected by, well, actually it isn't affected by random enemy movement. He'll always be exposed to both. No, okay, there is a scenario where Robin can go on this mountain and only fight one enemy, and that's if the barbarian's down here and the soldiers down here, so they're both southeast one space, because then they both can only attack him from the south. But otherwise, you can't count on Robin being safe here. He'll fight two enemies, and they should be able to deal enough damage, at least hypothetically, kill him. But if this barbarian doesn't have pass, you could also maybe have Crom and Robin be one space farther east, just as long as you backfill this square to account for a pass on the mercenary, which would look something like Robin here. I'll move. I don't actually know which combination would be optimal, but let's say it's Crom here. Unequip Bake. Crom here. Heal Crom. Robin. I guess there's a nice thing about this, which is I can have Robin attack if I want to. That look like. Just say it's Sully. Robin attack the barbarian. This might be a bad idea, to be fair. Transfer, separate. Okay, and now our wall is one space farther east. I don't know if that gains us anything, but we can check it out. This will vary depending on whether, like, if these guys switch depending on these stats, which is conceivable, then maybe this works out differently. But this takes away the problem with the mercenary having pass, because even if he does, he still can't get through. He doesn't have enough movement to reach this square, so we don't have to fill it. And he can't even get on the mountain. So you could do something like
Time to tip the scales.
Sully just attacks from here freely, whether he has Vantage Plus or not, or Vantage Plus or not.
Now I'm angry.
Crom goes here, healed himself. Lissa raises him back to full. This does look kind of nice.
Don't get careless.
The Favirian. Go for stone. Nice miss, Crom. Why you use the rapier, I guess. So maybe that's... If we were already hoping for no pass on the barbarian, maybe that's a slightly better setup. Because that means pass on the... We don't have to worry about the pass on the Merc versus Vantage on the... pass on the Merc versus Vantage on the left-hand soldier. That's kind of good. Maybe that... So does that eliminate one of our skill checks? Are we down to just... We're saying either the... Either this barbarian shouldn't have pass, or if he does have pass, then does have pass, then it was no vantage on the mountain barbarian, right? Because we needed Crom and or Vake to be healthier, which we could only do if he wasn't guaranteed to hit back on whoever struck him at melee range. Interesting. And then what's the variance in that case? Like, if the original Mountain Barbarian doesn't have Vantage, we're actually changing who gets kills at that point. Because, let's look at that. Yeah, what we were doing before was we were giving this kill to Robin, but the way we avoid damage on Crom and or Vake is they get the kill instead. So it's like plus 20 XP on Vake and minus 30 or so on Robin. Probably just means we need to get Robin an extra kill somewhere, and I don't know if I'd want to account for that. And it might be something where you need to change the XP distribution. It'd be a slight downside, but kind of worth it for not having to worry about. Wait, okay, so what were the problems? We don't. If this barbarian doesn't have pass, then I think we've worked out a setup where we don't actually care if the soldier who ends up attacking Fred from the left has advantage, and we also don't care if the mercenary has pass. So it's like that whole consideration is gone. But if he does have pass, then we are if he does have pass, there's maybe an edge case where things are still. If he does have pass, our setup relied on this guy not having advantage. We knew that. And we were able to fill all 6 of these squares safely. And if the barbarian's here, and not to the southeast, then he'll be able to go into the woods here and attack Vake. If he's not there, then I think he'll end up. I think it'll work out so the mercenary attacks Robin and the barbarian attacks Prom, although Prom is unpaired, so maybe that changes it and the merc goes for Prom first. But then that means if the merc is here and the situation where we don't pull them farther south. So this guy's here, so we can't reach Vake, so he attacks someone else. So they're both on these 2 squares. Then if the merc is here and he has pass and he's still able to reach this square, which he couldn't before, or if it's the barbarian here, then he can go to this square, which is also a problem. But then, do we have enough movement to get out of that? I think we might. Sully is healthy and unpaired. Robin can run up, shoot one of the guys next to Fred. Nope. I don't have a save state that shows general configuration, annoyingly. But, like, Bake can pair back into Crom. Crom can run all the way up here. Wait, can he? Oh. Yeah, that's still difficult. If... Like, if the Merkin's up here and he has passed, so we're still worried about him running to this square, or if the Barbarian's here and he can just run straight over the mountain to this square, then that would make it so that we can't just stick one person here to guard the choke point. So Crom would have to go another space up, and Lissa would heal him from above. But that means Robin can't also go to that square, so Robin is exposed here. And Robin will have to shoot someone, so he can't. Yeah, I think there's a world where if this Barbarian has passed, then we are still worried about advantage on this soldier, which is annoying. I think we still have to fill this square, and I don't think we have a good way to do it other than with full health Sully, with Fred pair up. Oh, but no, okay, we there's maybe some hope. Because think a little bit more about it. Sully is loose. Robin runs up, shoots this guy. Fred steps off, switches to Virion. Virion shoots this guy. Still this one alive, and we need Sully. So we're in a world where we've got Virion here with Fred behind them. Sully is free, so she can just move here and take Fred, grab a sword, and wait, and not actually contribute to killing anything. But then, can we get Muriel through? I don't think we can have Muriel attack. If this square is occupied and this square is occupied, so Muriel doesn't have a safe spot to shoot the other enemy from. And Muriel would be on this square. She would need to go here, but that interferes with Robin doing the same. Anything else? Is there a way to trade Fred around? Like if we kill this northern enemy first and then step up. Like I can't have Virion go south because he'll be exposed. Otherwise I could have Fred just go here, switch, Virion shoot someone, and then Sully take him from the left, but then Virion will be killed from the south here. I just want to like visualize, so let's set something along those lines up.
Hey!
We're pretending that Vake is standing on the southern spot of where he actually is. This will be Lissa and Crom switched around. Or, sorry, Lissa and Muriel switched around. Robin here. Sully with sword. Wait. Okay. Oh, that wasn't enough. HP. Oops. I guess I needed Muriel to be paired up. Or Tom had to use an elixir. Or vulnerary. Switch. Wait, Muriel on Lissa just for more healing. Bronze sword, pair up. Steal the bronze sword from stall, equip that, wait. Right on mountain, elixir, go. Robin, wait. Okay, so we're imagining this is the scenario where we actually we were worried about this barbarian having passed, but he was over here. So even though he had passed, he wouldn't. That's funny, actually. If this barbarian has passed, but he didn't go to this spot, he went to this one, then it doesn't matter if he has passed. It's equivalent to not having passed. So the only scenario that. Okay. That's actually kind of nice. If the barbarian's here, then even though he has passed, he can't run to any of the critical spots, so we can just do this formation anyway. That's kind of cool, because that means we can guarantee that if he has passed and it matters, so in other words, if he has passed anyone to this square, we always have Bake dropped here, this guy goes down into the woods. Now, it may still be that the mercenary attacks Robin over Crom, which is still potentially a problem, but it does change the dynamic here a little bit. Because if the barbarian's all the way down in the woods, then we can actually run away from him and don't have to fight him on enemy phase at all. And he can't get over this mountain tile. Because it'll take 3 moves to get there, and then he can't cross. So hypothetically, there might be more places we could stand to guard against this mercenary. Save a state. Think about this a little bit more. So this isn't a real position, but if this guy has passed. And he went here. Okay. And we work with that. So now we can't kill this guy by herself. He also would potentially die if he has Vantage, and Luna, which he does have Vantage, but not Luna. So Sully, this guy, we're imagining this barbarian's down in the woods.
Now I'm angry.
The Merc having passed is... If we could guarantee that the Merc goes for Crom over Robin, which I think he did when we actually had separated Bake down this way. I don't really... So Crom has no pair up in that situation. And that's probably why it's going for Crom, but if Crom is like 1 div higher than Robin, it probably changes his calculus. But I don't think it's safe to assume the mercenary will be farther south. If the mercenary also is farther south, then we don't have to worry about passing him either. But if he's here and he has passed like he does here, then I can't just stick Crom at this spot because he'll still be exposed to the barbarian from the south and mercenary from the east, which would mean Crom would have to come here, heal, and get healed again. Which seems like a bad deal because... Where's Robin going? Sully could kill this guy?
Time to tip the scales.
When enemies have passed, so true. Oh, and this soldier. So we do have to kill both these guys because the soldier has passed. This one can reach Alyssa, so we have to guard her. Virion can't be here because Virion only has 5 speed. Virion only has 5 speed. There's no para partner who can get him to 9, so we'll always get doubled by the mercenary. We can't do something like, oh, Robin, come here, transfer, take Virion. Like this won't work. That is goodbye, Virion. Also, we get the one shot. What else can we do? Sully could again take this guy out.
Time to tip the scales.
Wait. If only we had a way to... So close to working.
Now I'm angry.
Yeah, I think it's still a problem if this guy has pass. We're in the same boat, really. It's the whole pass vantage combo deal. Like if this guy has pass, I think we have to occupy this square with Sully. And then we put here a little bit farther south, but his right flank is still covered, so then we can put Alyssa here. In this world, Sully has killed this guy from the south. We're able to go Robin, kill here, Virion pass off Fred to Sully, and shoot this guy for the kill. Which, by the way, does he kill without his para? Well, at least against that soldier he does. And just to check, if we do leave Calm exposed on both sides, they, once again, they do double up on him. Only Virion could take the hit. Yeah, I know. Virion, if you just had 9 speed, that would be so helpful. It's really well, honestly, I think the real slacker in this whole thing is Muriel. It's if she were like Sully and Stahl and she had one enemy here that she could just take a hit from, That would be so clutch. She can't. Literally none of them. Unless, I think if she has Fred pair up and she's on a mountain, she can survive a soldier. It's really sad. Man, if we could leave Mural exposed, that would open up a world of possibilities. So anyway, I guess we've gotten to a spot where no pass on the our original 2 skill combos that we wanted to avoid were either don't have Vantage on the Mountain Barbarian or don't have pass on the other Barbarian, this guy. And either don't have pass on this Mercenary or don't have Vantage on this Soldier. What did we work out? It was like, if this guy doesn't have pass, we actually don't care about the second thing. No pass on this Barbarian, or if he does have pass, but he goes here, it turns out. No pass on this Barbarian means we don't have to worry about the whole situation with Vantage on this guy versus pass on this guy, because we can, in fact, go fill these squares with 4 units here, 4 units in this box, and then 1 more to the left, and that completely blocks out a potential pass soldier. And then they're a little bit farther east, which means the soldier's over here, and then he can't run past the mountain anyway, whether he has pass or not. Okay. That was nice. But okay, so no pass on this guy means the other skill combination doesn't matter, but there is a world where this guy has pass. We could do the setup where we've got Vake here, Crom here, and Robin here, and the Barbarian goes for Vake because he's the weakest. But following that, we're not sure whether the Mercenary attacks Robin on this northern square or Crom on this southern square. And because of that, there's a potential that the Mercenary might still be on this spot with pass, and then the whole pass Vantage thing still matters. If we knew that the Mercenary would be here and he would attack Crom and not Robin, which seems more likely because Crom is unpaired, but still, like, if Crom got Great Growth and Robin didn't, that might not work out. Then we would again obviate the whole pass on this guy versus Vantage on this guy thing. So he'd be too far away. And this setup would be fine. Like, this exact thing I just did would be fine because this Mercenary wouldn't be able to run across the mountain like he just did. So if we can guarantee that Mercenary always attacks this person and not this person after the Barbarian attacks Vake, then we're the second skill combination, which was between this pass Mercenary versus Vantage soldier, is totally obviated. It doesn't matter in any cases because we have a way to handle it. It's like we're almost a situation where our one and only skill check is either no pass on this Barbarian or no Vantage on the Mountain Barbarian at the start of the map. Which is a 75% chance to, like, not hit both of those at the same time. Which is pretty good. It's way better than the skill setups I've been, like, requiring for Prologue and Chapter 1. Not 100, but it's good. And then there are some other things that technically go into that, like if Fred runs into really scary combinations of Luna and Vantage Plus on the two enemies he fights on turn 1, and then the other soldier who we pull down to attack Prom on turn 1, if he has Vantage, that could technically kill Fred and ruin this too. So that's also a consideration. But that's pretty unlikely. So that means our good skill setup percentage is probably in the realm of 65% based on that. And then again, there's also the situation where when Fred goes on this mountain and tries to tank everyone, if all 3 of those guys have Hawkeye and 2 of them have a Luna Plus or something like that, or there's 2 Luna Pluses and the other guy hits, and he's also dead. But he's taking 8, 3, 3, 8 from the Luna, 8 from the second Luna, for 30 damage. There's only 1 Luna between them, he's fine. If he dodges something, no matter which attack it is, he's fine, because 8 plus 3, in the worst case, plus 8 plus 8 is 27, and Fred lives with an elixir. Thank you, Viri and Parrot, for giving 1 extra defense, which makes Fred's defense odd. But that 1 extra point does matter. Doesn't get negated by Luna. It's pretty good. I mean, I feel reasonably happy with that setup. It's just, God, I wish we could eliminate the 1 skill combination check. And have an answer for when. This barbarian has pass, and the mountain barbarian has Vantage. And we're not that far off from it. It's just that Prom can't heal himself by quite enough. Or Sully can't heal herself by quite enough. Because what we needed was Bake at basically full HP and Crom at basically full HP and Sully at basically full HP. And we couldn't manage all of those after turn 2 if the Mountain Barbarian had Vantage and we weren't able to avoid his damage. Crom was actually 1 HP or 1 defense away from managing that. And technically, in that case, there is still an out if the enemies who fought Fred on turn 1 and the soldier he kills on turn 2 are wimpy enough. Like, it actually happened for us, where Fred was able to get enough HP back with just the vulnerary to survive on 1 HP. So, like, there is technically an out where we can retrieve the elixir from Fred and use that so that Crom or Sully actually does get back to full HP in time. It's a possibility. I guess there is a mitigation strategy. Just like even if you get the bad skill combo where it's Vantage Mountain Barbarian and Pass Next Barbarian. If Fred just is a champion for you and he's able to live with just a vulnerary and not an elixir, just by dodging or by the enemies being weak enough, that also works, in spite of the bad skill combination. That's something. I kind of like it. Right. Well, chat, I'm going to load some states, just like stare at them for a few minutes and see if we have any other ideas. I don't want to outright dismiss like a totally different strategy in terms of where we send the units, but it just seems really, really hard to go anywhere other than onto the mountain and around the mountain. There just isn't enough control over where the enemies go. And you're putting yourself in situations where it's like, Fred has to tank 4 enemies at a time, not on a mountain tile, which is... He can do it, but he's not really built for it. Any other early pair-ups that might work, like Virion and Sully? I mean, maybe. I guess one thing to check is... Well, rather annoyingly, Virion needs... It would be nice if Virion could get to this space on his own, so he could just shoot this mercenary without having a specific pair-up partner. Because I was... Well, okay, no. Virion can't be exposed to the barbarian because he'll just get killed if he doesn't... Yeah, you can't have Virion to stand here if you're not going to kill both of these guys. We're just trying to think, oh, maybe Virion can come here and Fred can kill this guy from the left unpaired, and then we could do something with that. But yeah, Virion's just on an island and we're not killing the barbarian, so it's gonna die. Well, okay. No, come to think of it. Okay, hypothetically, if you do this, Virion would die to this barbarian if the barbarian knows about Luna Plus and has it, but he doesn't know that he has it. Virion has 6 speed and 8 defense and 19 HP, which is 27, so Virion does survive. Well, like a non-Luna Plus attack from this guy. So it's an interesting idea. Like, what if you do...
Here goes.
I'm just gonna leave everyone else in position to test this. But can you bait that barbarian with stall with Virion right there, or will he still go for Virion? If he goes for Virion, because stall has weapon triangle. And stall needs weapon triangle to revive Luna. Okay, well, I didn't. If only Virion were better. Okay, so you can't do something with that. Necessarily. Well, not if this guy has Luna anyway. There are other things you could potentially do with Fred early on. For example, I had him I've been having him ride around and kill this guy. It's achievable, but the correct move is to have him kill this barbarian instead, which he happens to do with his base attack and C-Sport with Virion after Stall's attack. That's pretty cool. Let's say Fred kills him.
Divide and conquer.
Can we cook something up with that? This... Signs point to no because, yes, I can have Robin come over here and shoot this guy, but I don't... Well, Okay, he has pass, which is also a problem. Let's just say... we cover our flanks a little bit. What if Sully just waits here? Robin comes over, shoots him. And then we need to fill a bunch of squares, so let's say
We're not done yet.
from here, Alyssa gets to heal him.
Careful now.
All comes here. I'm scared for Fred, yeah. Because that barbarian advantage, once again. Maybe there's something to that? Fred being here, now we can cover the mountain pile. Yeah, there might be a real legitimate option. I haven't really explored that ability at all, but maybe there's something to it. What's extra scary about it is if Fred's here to kill that barbarian. Wait, yeah, the barbarian is here. If Fred comes over here to kill him. Wait, no, Fred was in. No, never mind. Fred was in the woods. Yeah, well, he's not in range of the barbarian. This barbarian. Okay. That might be cooking something up. We need to heal Fred, obviously, because with advantage. Barbarian, that was a problem. And if the Barbarian had advantage and Luna, he would die. But yeah, maybe there's something to that.
For victory.
It comes down just for the kill. Muriel help with anything? I guess. Okay, we have to get Lissa out of dodge. Lissa comes down here. Maybe we can just take a safer approach to this soldier. Let's say Muriel onto Lissa. I mean, we don't... Vic's healthy. So what if it's like... I guess I should have traded the...
Careful now.
I'll just retrieve the Iron Axe, I guess. Vake here. Which trade? Get Axe, Vake. Wait. Sully take Robin. Switch. Unequip.
We're not done yet.
Put pair up. So soldier goes for Sully. Interesting. I would have thought maybe he'd go for Vake. Edric onto Mountain Elixir. And perhaps we can do some shenanigans from here? We might not be able to get away. Lissa on this spot. Maybe I needed to separate Sully and Robin so that I could like move one of them to this choke point and then be able to have Lissa come over, transfer Muriel, and pair up with stall or something and then run away. But I mean, it's not bad. That's very interesting. You bake onto the mountain because fighters get that, have the same movement as barbarians and soldiers. So hypothetically, something like get Vake onto here, and
Son of a griffin.
Robin comes here and he's healthy, and all you need to do is make sure that Lissa escapes. And then you've got like 2 facings. Oh, okay, this is no good for Vake because he's yeah. He's in range of 2 enemies. Because the barbarian can go on mountain. Maybe that's not the right play, but yeah, you could just have Vake and Crom run away, and Robin in the choke point, and Lissa behind or something. Oh. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that'll work. Aesthetically, this feels a little bit less elegant than some of the other stuff we were doing with the other setups, but you know, maybe it's actually the key. I don't know. Something to think about. Maybe it's a different avenue to pursue. Okay. Well, I don't really have time to like try to pursue this too much longer. I want to wrap up the stream pretty quick, so I think we'll stop there. But we explored some interesting stuff. I think thinking about what I had set up a little bit further, we realized actually the skill conditions are pretty favorable. It's like one enemy has to miss, like it's just 2 enemies, except maybe with some weird edge case. All we really care about is pass on this barbarian versus Vantage on the mountain barbarian at the start. And if they don't both have those skills, it seems like we have a workable strategy. It should get us to a spot where we can clean up fairly easily at the end with not too much trouble. And then that takes care of the first wave. I do want to mention what the second wave looks like so far. I think I have one save state for that. Oh, no, I don't. I got rid of mine. I guess we'll just get there real quick. I'll just finish this setup. Away. I think I want you to have this kill. Trying to get Viri into level 3, so with this fixed growth patch I'm using, he always gets a really good level here. And the reason is, unlike Fates, where the character data, like the save data for the characters, has room for offsets that track how many stat boosters you've used, so that like multiplayer can be rebalanced with handicaps. Awakening doesn't have that, and in Momoten's average growth patch for Fates, he's hijacking those bytes in the save data for the characters, which are supposed to track, okay, how many stat boosters have you used on each stat, to instead track how many growth points have you earned for each stat. So it'll totally mess up multiplayer handicaps, but otherwise it's like no impact on gameplay. It's just an extra set of bytes in the character saves that you can use for something else. And he's using it to track the growth points. That doesn't exist in Awakening, so instead he's like actually running calculations where it assumes, like it checks which level you just got, and then calculates if you reach that level, from level 1 in your current class. Like, it doesn't know about anything before you got to level 1 in your current class, but it just looks at the difference between your current level you just achieved and level 1. It counts, okay, how many levels was that? Multiply, like, take your growth rates, calculate the growth points from those, multiply by the number of levels you've gained, and then see, oh, when you take the remainder there, does that get you enough to get to your next stat point or not? So if Virion were level 1, he would get a garbage level on his going from level 1 to 2, but because he starts at level 2, the growth patch is thinking, oh, he's gained 2 levels, so what gain should he get on his second level up? And that's why he gets strength, skill, speed, and defense. Anyway, that was a brief aside. I don't really care about how I achieve this. I just want to kill this guy. And I guess I'll heal everyone just for demonstration's sake, although it's kind of slow and annoying. We really do need to preserve our heal staff uses on Lissa at this point. She's down to just 6. So the way we do that is we get everyone back to full by sitting on the forts. And we also need to get at least a vulnerary onto Robin, which is part of why it's not to use right now. He'll kill himself on the fort, but later. But we want the vulnerary on Robin to be able to basically take on the boss. So I've tried a couple things with the second half of the map.
Shall we then? On my mark.
Oh, you're at full HP. Oops. Particularly with Frederick riding like straight up onto one of these forts and just attacking, or maybe just sitting there. And that's one of those things that seems like it will probably work in that you're on defensive terrain with an avoid bonus and a heal bonus, and most likely you can just like have Fred sit there for at least one turn and chunk a bunch of enemies on enemy phase. But if enough of them have Luna Plus and enough of them hit, he will die, which is scary. So the alternative, whereas Azura is an AoE heal and we need it, that would be so nice. Give Healing Descant to Lissa as well. That would be wonderful. The alternative is the river trick, where, and just for the record, I'm healing everyone to full, because for this version, I'm like counting on the ability to have different characters tank at least one hit. Like maybe Sully will have to tank at least one mercenary, and Stahl will have to tank at least one barbarian, and Vake will have to tank at least one soldier at melee range eventually. But the trick here,
No worries. Let's do it.
Involves having Frederick and Crom going across on the east side to try to bait most of the enemies over this way, while we have Robin go into the water here in a position that only the boss can attack, because he's the only ranged enemy. So we separate the boss from everyone else, and we're able to dispose of him separately from all the other enemies. Then we can just kite all the other enemies on the map by exploiting Crom's water walking and Fred's plus move parrot bonus to let Crom walk from this shore to this shore over and over again. So, sorry, this is not the most thrilling gameplay segment, because I still need to get... I'm not even going to show the part where we actually need everyone's healing, but what you'd have to do.
Let me at him.
For the time being, I'm gonna just bring these guys south. That was not terribly productive. Unequip you, unequip you. Actually trade the sword back to Robin and unequip Sully. Pair up with Robin. That should be... Okay. So basically what happens here is you have Robin attack this soldier from here, which notably has one exposed face on this shoreline, but Robin's at full HP, so that's okay. And then Lissa trades with Robin to make him equip the sword again. And meanwhile, Tom goes onto the river and drops Fred here, so Fred tanks this mercenary first. Galaxy Studios, welcome back. So Robin gets a level here, and this is why I was mentioning earlier, thinking about the different experience considerations. If Robin doesn't get that first kill on the first kill on that mountain barbarian, because we were exploiting the fact that he might not have Vantage, and then we're giving that kill to Vake instead. Because it's kind of nice for Robin to get to level 7 there, to get one extra chance to get another stat point that might help him against the boss. And kind of like in Chapter 1, it's really annoying if the boss here has Luna Plus, but it's not lethal. It just means it's an even bigger tax on your healing resources. So if you've already used most of them, that's going to mean you need like more heals from Lissa or more like healing items on Robin, and you might run short. But if he doesn't have Luna, it's a little bit more manageable. So you can see in this case, because Robin is accessible to all the melee enemies on this tile, a bunch of them ran west, only a couple went towards Fred. But what you can do is have Robin step left and equip a tome instead. And technically you could have Robin attack this mercenary, but there are circumstances where Robin needs to heal himself now. You don't have flexibility on this. You really do need to have Robin come over this way, and then have Lissa heal. Because you need Robin to stay in the boss's range. Otherwise, the boss will run over with everyone else, and it'll be like impossible to lure him again separately. So our Robin has 7 HP right now and 8 defense. The boss doesn't have Luna, so he just has 25 attack. We're gonna have a tome equipped so we can counter. So we just need to have 26 total HP and defense, which means we need 18 HP with our 8 defense, and a single heal from Lissa will get us there, so we don't have to heal ourselves. We can just have Lissa come around. And I guess it doesn't matter which side she's on, but might as well be here. But then over here, we can just retreat across the river. So now those guys are safe. And Vake and Virian and Stall are going to hang out in the corner so they don't attract any enemies themselves. So this boss, I think always has Gamble, actually. I don't think that's a random skill. But I mentioned the nice thing about C with Lissa is now we get one support. We've got one, for our dual support bonuses, we've got 1 point from Sully paired up with us with no support, but then Lissa gives 2, 1 for being adjacent, and then 1 more for having C support with us. So that's 3, and 3 is enough to get the +10 dodge bonus. So that negates the boss's gamble. So he only has his 5 listed crit, and luck is just equal to... Every point of luck is 1 dodge in this game, right? So if Robin has at least 5 luck, he's safe. Okay. So this is good. Now we got the boss isolated, but again, we have to commit something to make sure the boss stays here. You could hypothetically have Robin step down and then have Lissa heal from the side, and then just be in a position where Robin could walk back into the river next turn. So like let the boss run away to the east for a moment. The problem with that is if you let him run away now and then come back, he might come back and attack Robin. He didn't attack Robin from the northeast because that was occupied by this mercenary a moment ago. But on a future turn, since the mercenary has gone away, if the boss ran over here and then comes back to attack Robin, he might attack from the northeast. And like, okay, that's fine too. But then if Robin steps away to get some healing without being exposed, the boss can run back and be on the fort and get healed himself, which really sucks. It makes it way harder to kill him. So you don't want to let the boss attack Robin from the northeast, which means you actually want to ensure that he gets to attack someone across the river here. Now, it's not a disaster if you like ran out of vulneraries and you can't get Robin back to enough HP to tank the barbarian boss, because you could keep Stall around and have Stall tank a hit. This guy has less attack than the he's less attack than the regular barbarians with steel axes. So Stall, if Stall's guaranteed to survive these guys, then he's also guaranteed to at least take one hit from the boss. So you can have Stall be the one who holds this position, and then give yourself more time to just have Lissa heal Robin with her staff instead. But that's kind of a drag because, again, you're draining more. You're giving up some of your HP, and you need to use more of your healing resources. So ideally, it's more like this, and that way you have fewer allies on this side who might lure enemies toward them. So in this setup, all these melee guys should go toward Fred and Krom now. They will cross the river because that's the only way to get to them. And ta-da, now you can run across. And they have to run back around. Robin can't afford to attack this guy, but we can have Lissa heal now. And then Robin can survive another turn, so we can just wait. We actually got a dual guard or a miss. Thankfully, so Robin is in fact capable of just taking the kill here. And in some situations, maybe Robin doesn't have enough magic. You could just... This guy has Vantage, which is bad. We actually couldn't do this right now without healing, because we would lose the 2 defense from Sully. But in some cases, you might be able to just take Muriel as your para partner and get extra damage that way to secure the kill. You're on way to, I take it, the early map issue got solved. It did not, Crudoy. But we've isolated it so that basically the only problem scenario is if one barbarian has Vantage and a different barbarian has Pass at the same time, and Fred is not lucky, or other enemies who fight Fred on turn 1 are not wimpy enough for Fred to get away with just healing with a vulnerary. If Fred has to use the elixir to recover back to close to full, and that one barbarian who starts on the mountain has Vantage, and the other barbarian who approaches down this way has Pass, then it seems like we're checkmated. But if any of those things doesn't hold, looks like we have an out. You can do some pretty long involved Benny Hill strats, looping the boss circles around the southern mountain. I guess I haven't tried that, but that seems harder than this. I will point out, though, it's surprisingly difficult to hit the stat requirements. Well, okay, I take that back. Again, if you take plus speed, Robin, and not minus defense, and not minus HP, Robin does hit the thresholds to just tank this guy from base. I guess unless he hasn't gained any HP. If Robin's on his base, what is it? Robin starts with 19 HP, right? I think that's true. So if he's at 19 HP and not 8 speed and 6 defense, and this boss has Luna, then he will get killed. He will need to have gained some HP in the interim. But other than that, like, it's not hard for Robin to get to the point where he can fight the boss safely, but it is hard for anyone else to fight the boss. Like, you would love, for example, maybe to give the kill to Virion if you were interested in your Virion enjoyer. But when the boss has Vantage, he has 25 attack. Virion needs a defense pair up. Well, remember, base Virion has 6 defense. We got quote unquote lucky by getting defense on his first level here. So boss with 25, Virion with 6 defense and 19 HP. Virion needs a defense pair up to not die, and if the barbarian has Luna, then Virion needs +4 and a mountain. I think he has to be Fred and on +2 defensive terrain or something like that. If you fight twice with Robin and Virion on Chapter 1, they get their C support, and this is +3 defense for Robin for this situation. That's not quite correct. You need more battles together than just 2. And we have, in fact, worked hard to make it so that Virion gets his C support with Frederick, which I honestly think is hugely impactful for Frederick's abilities in the first wave. But yes, KTT. We're in a situation where basically, like, we have to not get the bad side of 2 50-50s to be in a bad skill setup. So that's at least 75%. Minus a little bit more chance, because if enough enemies have that Fred has to fight on turn 1 have Luna, that can also be a problem. Well, even if they both have Luna, that's okay, as long as the third enemy he fights on the next phase doesn't also have Vantage. So, generally good. We're in a good spot. I don't see my way to the top. I don't see a way to get to 100%. We can solve this no matter what the skills are. Not yet, anyway. Anyhow, so we can take this kill. And we got a dodge or a block again. Yes, Virion can just pick on mooks, and what I've been thinking about is it would be nice to give Virion the boss kill, probably. Like, I don't think Robin necessarily needs that boss kill. At this point, I think he can pick up enough XP from stuff in Chapter 3 to reach that level 10 benchmark that you and I were talking about a while back. And I'm not totally sure, like, do we want to class change Robin at that point? But it seemed like a really interesting thing to explore. But I think Robin can get there without necessarily getting this boss kill. So it'd be kind of cool to give the boss kill to Virion and then also have him pick up some more of the mooks from here. Because then we could get basically all the Virion training we want in Chapter 2 and just here in Chapter 2, basically. And that might mean we don't really need to worry about him, like, getting him to a point where he's prepared for Chapter 5 Wyverns. You know, it's only 2 times they need to fight paired up because you did that recently. So the thresholds to get to support points in Awakening are a little bit more generous than in Fates. And the counts work a little bit differently. Like, if I remember correctly, like, everything is in increments of 9ths of a point, and fighting paired up is worth 6. If you get a dual guard or a dual strike, that's worth 2 out of 9. If you fight adjacent, that's worth 2 out of 9. So it is quite possible to do like 2 fights together and then have, I forget where the threshold is exactly, but it's like, I think it's only like 20 or 22 9. Wait, I can reason this out. It's 23 9ths, right? Because it just rounds. So if you do 2 battles together and you get a dual guard, then you're at 14 9ths. and then you just like happen to be adjacent for several more fights because Virian's shooting people and Robin's shooting people, you can get there with them only being paired up twice, but you cannot get 3 support points just from them fighting paired up 2 times. Honestly, the thing that I would kind of like to achieve is, although I think it is overall more valuable to get the C support with Lissa, if there were a way to finagle C support with Frederick, that would also be kind of cool. But the way I'm approaching Prologue has Frederick fighting with Crom a lot, and then in Chapter 1, it's Fred and Virian fighting together a lot, and there just isn't enough time to get them to that C support. All right, so basically we can just have Crom run across the river more or less indefinitely, and then the tactic from this point on, in principle, would be that you bring up the scrubs and you try to get one of the enemies to peel off. If more than one like peels off at you, then you probably just run away and get them to run back towards Crom and Fred. So I'm just gonna move here. This isn't very precise, but the concept is we're gonna exploit the fact that we healed everyone, so we have Vake prepared to fight 1 or potentially even 2 soldiers. Like, if neither of them had Luna, he could just fight them both very easily. But, like, whichever enemy peels off and doesn't go around towards Crom, we just set the right person in their path to fight them, and then we gang up with everyone else. And we've got 3 ranged attackers. So, like, maybe it's Vake, or maybe it's Stahl who sits in range of one of the barbarians when they come over. And then once Stahl fights on enemy phase, we have Muriel, Chip, and Virian, Chip, and Robin take the kill. Or maybe it's like Robin goes for Chip damage, and we make sure that we get Virian the killer. Maybe like Robin doesn't even involved. If we give people the right pair of partners, it might be like, oh, whoever's like, we just put Vake on whoever's baiting. Like, put Vake on Stahl to lure one of the barbarians, and then Muriel attacks next to Stahl, and then Virian pulls Vake from Stahl, and I think that's, with all those combined, it's enough to kill one of the barbarians together. But we'll do an example. This was perhaps too many scrubs too close by, and I might get in trouble for this. But I'm gonna run away. You should probably not bring everyone. That's too attractive a target. But okay, now we're in a good spot. So Crom can run back across, and we've got this one barbarian who decided to keep coming after us. So like I said, a tactic that you might use is something like, let's say Stahl comes over here, or you know what, he does have pass, but it's not really a problem. Stahl come up here, Bake unequip. Stahl have a sword, he does. Transfer Muriel behind for some support points. And we just want to make sure we're in a position where we can get everyone we need to. Into a spot to help. So, yeah, something like this. Did I move Crom and Fred? I did. Okay. And now we got another soldier peeling off, which is fine. He's not nearly close enough to interfere here. Just do a quick damage check. 9 from Muriel. And if Virion takes Vake, he'll be at 14. Would be 13 if he didn't gain strength on his last level. So that's more than enough.
Careful.
So what I can do is unequip here. Have Muriel go for this. Very cool. We're feeding kills to Virion. And actually, what's fun here is we might have an opportunity at this point to exploit the thing where they can take multiple hits from soldiers if he's on, like, he's on mountain tiles. Also, I'll point out one thing that I've actively tried to do, and we actually just achieved this on stall, is for the 2 Cavaliers, it takes 15 weapon experience to go from E rank to D rank. The 2 Christmas Cavaliers come with 0 in one weapon rank and 10 in the other. And they have Discipline, which doubles their weapon experience. So you get 1 point from every round of combat when you, like, doesn't matter if you double, but if you swing your weapon in combat, you will get 1 weapon experience from that. So Sully just has to use a lance 3 times to get 6 weapon experience from plus her base 10 to get to at least 15, actually 16 points in lance and unlock D lances. And Stall, for his part, does the same thing with swords. He starts with 10 in swords. So if he's able to swing a bronze sword 3 times, he'll get to D rank. And that's important because this map drops an iron lance on this soldier and an iron sword on this mercenary. So either of these characters, if they get to D quickly, will unlock a weapon that gives them +2 damage for Stall's part, because the bronze sword has 5 or 3 might and the iron sword has 5. Or for Sully, it's +3 damage because Iron Lance has 6 might, but her bronze lance only has 3. This is kind of unfair in favor of Sully because Sully doesn't like Sully's deficit compared to Stall is that she's not quite as strong. She's a little bit weaker, a little bit less bulky, but she's 2 points faster. But she entirely closes the gap in terms of damage output, disregarding weapon triangle effects, just from getting to D rank in lances, because Stall gets +2 from D in swords, and Sully gets +3 from D in lances. So they just tie in strength without leveling up at all if Sully gets to D lances. And then she's got, so it's like effectively equal strength, and Sully has a 2 speed lead and is -1 on defense and -2 on HP. That's not nothing, but it's surprising, maybe not surprising if you understand where the breakpoints are in Awakening, but kind of surprising in general that matters hugely for how easy it is to get Sully involved in more combat later and how hard it is to do the same for Stall. But I think it's a very achievable goal to get them both to their D rank in their respective weapons. And I think that really improves their value in future maps for not a whole lot of effort. Sully got 1 point from chapter 1, actually, so she only needs to use her lance, or 2 points from using her lance 1 time in chapter 1, so she only needs to do it twice on this map, whereas Stall has to do it 3 times. Alright, so anyway, enough yapping about that. We're going to continue our kiting strat, and I'll just demonstrate one more. I don't want to play this entirely out, but this is the way you would essentially finish this. And then the open question for me really is, okay, it probably is worthwhile at this point to make sure Fred at least gets to level 2. He actually did already, because I have one version of the chapter 1 clear that gives him 4 extra experience, and that's the one that this file's on, but it almost certainly is worth making sure that Fred gets another round of combat. And that's not going to be hard, but like, does he also get more kills? Are we satisfied? Like, do we try to feed, 3 more kills or 2 more kills and another chip shot from Virion as we get to level 4? I think that could be pretty useful. that might make Virion substantially more likely to get to the nice growth that he actually does get on the fixed path patch I'm using. So there are things about where the experience distribution goes that would be worth thinking more about. Looks like my soldier friend went back towards Crom, so I have to peel someone else off. But basically, we can just keep doing this. So we used stall to bait this one barbarian. It is possible. Now, the only other character who can 100% safely take on the next barbarian with no healing required ever is going to be Vake, because Robin might be damaged from the boss having Vantage Plus or something. It is possible, like when the enemies run around, maybe this isn't the... Like, you can just keep cycling this to make sure it's not a barbarian who comes after you, and then eventually, like, you can see this barbarian's able to run around, and he's away from this fort. Once you thin out enough of the enemies, it is possible to sneak some time where you can, like, a cavalier run over and drop Robin on the fort for free healing, and then run away again. And just keep doing that over and over to get back to full, so you can spare whatever staff uses you have left. I have 3 heals, which I think is going to be sufficient for Chapter 3. I don't really know that. There is a very nice strategy for Chapter 3, courtesy of Interceptor, that is basically totally agnostic of your stats, but does have some enemy skill requirements. And I would love to know if maybe we can improve on that, because we have at least a reasonable number of levels packed into Robin and possibly Virion and Grom. Maybe we can do some things that are a little bit more reliable, but that particular strategy doesn't really require healing until the next heal staff drops. So there's like, it's good to have like 2 heal staff uses still, but you don't really necessarily need more than that, because you can generally get the heal staff in time. But I think for safety's sake, it's good to make sure you have at least 2 or 3 left, and that is a big constraint on what we can do in this chapter and the earlier ones. All right, so I want to get this soldier to come after us, so I will try to bait him this time. Okay, and then we can do a very similar thing. Make sure Vake is equipped. Don't want a mountain. I don't think I really want support points between him and like anyone at this moment, but let's say go here. Prepared for this. Yeah, Vake's on the mountain now. Got a skill boost from Virion. Oh, I forgot to move Prom. I'm gonna die. Oops. Well, I can't demonstrate, but you get the idea. So you're peeling off enemies one by one, using someone who is currently healthy to tank on, like, take 1 melee hit on enemy phase, and you have enough ranged attackers to always be able to finish him off without worrying about Vantage or any other skills. So you just keep doing that until you're satisfied, and then just have Fred wipe out everyone else. Okay, so what a downer that Crom was just died, but I think maybe that's a suitable ending for this. I feel really good about where we're at in terms of like what the requirements are to make this work. Because if we're really sitting at like about 2/3 of the time, the enemy skills are fine. That's really nice. And then you can go one step further and be like, I really don't want to deal with the boss having Luna, so I'm going to accept that 50-50 and reset to like don't have that either. And like 1/3 of the time, you can be confident that you're going to succeed, and you're not going to have to waste all your healing items against the boss. I think that's a good spot. But man, if any of you guys like review this or have any other thoughts or suggestions, please do comment. on the VOD, or message me otherwise. A lot of you know how to contact me on other places. God, I would really love to be at 100%, and I feel like we're almost there, and I feel like there is a way. Like there is a light at the end of the tunnel here, but just not quite there yet. Okay. So, anyway, thanks for watching. Hope this has been interesting and informative. And I don't want to 100% commit to this because I feel pretty tired, but I may be streaming Elden Ring again tomorrow morning for a good long time. Probably gonna be the second to last one because I think we can do basically everything in the DLC zones except probably the final boss there, or at least not the final. Maybe everything. Maybe not the final area at all, but maybe just everything up to the final boss. Because then I think it could be like that, and then we do final boss for the DLC and final boss of the base game as a conclusion stream. So, it could be wrapping that up pretty soon. And I would like to get that done, and then have a little bit more time freed up for some of my other stuff, which I'd love to bring to you guys soon. So anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. Hope you learned something, or you had a fun time. And I will catch you again soon. Good night, everyone.